I'm interpreting Vada as not just as debate, but also as discourse. Because Vada as discourse will take you to the domain of language where there is argumentation, counter-argumentation, and the whole world, the whole universe of, that I'm interpreting Vada as not just as debate. So since I'm interpreting Vada as discourse, and Bhikshu is a person who seeks something. I mean, there is no specificity. It is the context which decides what he seeks. Because Vada Bhikshu is a person who seeks debate, take you to the domain of language, which means that argumentation, he seeks in discourse, and the whole world, the whole universe in discourse, and he seeks for meaning and truth. And I'm interpreting Vada as not just as debate. Since I'm interpreting Vada as he engages with language, and Bhikshu is a person who seeks argue. There is no specificity. It is the context which decides philosophy. Because Vada Bhikshu is a person who seeks debate, take you to the domain of standing language, which means that who primarily seeks in this language or discourse, the whole universe in discourse, and he seeks for meaning and philosophers. I'm interpreting Vada as not just as debate. Since I'm interpreting Vada as he engages with language, and Bhikshu is a person who seeks argument to be worked out. There is no specificity. It is the context which decides philosophy. Because Vada Bhikshu is a person who seeks debate, take you to the domain of standing language, which means that primarily trying to understand Upanishad's course in the universe in discourse, and he seeks for meaning and philosophers. I'm interpreting Vada as not just as debate. Since I'm interpreting Vada as he engages with language, and Bhikshu is a person who seeks argument to be worked out. There is no specificity. There is a context which decides philosophy. Because Vada Bhikshu is a person who seeks debate on the domain of standing language, which means that primarily to understand Upanishad's not to the universe, not to anything what is just for meaning and philosophers. I'm interpreting Vada as not just as debate. And Bhikshu is a person who seeks argument to be specificity. There is a context which decides philosophy. Because Vada Bhikshu is not to the person who seeks debate on the domain of standing language, which means that trying to understand Upanishad's not to the universe, not anything what is just for meaning and philosophers. I'm interpreting Vada as not just as debate. Specificity, the context which decides philosophy. Because Vada is not to the person on the domain of standing language, which means that trying to understand Upanishad's not anything what is just for meaning and philosophers. I'm interpreting Vada as not just as debate. 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 I'm interpreting Vada as not just a 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 debate. I'm interpreting water as not just a debate. Diversity, cultural diversity, religious diversity, and our exposure to different cultures and civilizations other than our own. Okay, and we ourselves is a diversity of different traditions. So everything, somewhere if you try to place Mahabharata, the text plays a key role there. So in that way, art and literature have a dominant role to play in our ancient civilization, which was probably started diminishing with the advent of enlightenment. And next, so here again Heideggerian idea that language is house of being, which is a very captivating idea for me, for many of us, of course. Gadamer largely concedes to Heidegger's this fundamental assumption. It's a home where human beings dwell. So poetically put by Heidegger. Here is again a quote from Heidegger on the language. But for many of us, of course, Gadamer largely concedes to Heidegger's this fundamental assumption. Cause the relation. Thinking brings this relation to being solely as something handed over to thought itself from being. Such offering consists in the fact that in thinking, being comes to language. So there is another monograph, another book which Heidegger writes on. He's actually a series of lectures he delivered on thinking, okay, where he elaborates this idea. There is no time to discuss this. Next slide. How many? Yeah, okay. So here, again, Heidegger, the centrality of language in the analysis of the nature of being is repeatedly reiterated in various works. And this is particularly from his On the Way to Language, where, in our experiences, Heidegger says that in our experiences which we undergo with language. So this is his expression, the experience which we undergo with language. Language itself brings itself to language, or language itself speaks. So this is his way of articulating. I think the German articulations will be much better than the English translations of it. One of my students who knows German had explained me how this happens, in German, how it looks, because it's clearer in German, I believe. Yeah, anyway, primordiality of language over everything is reasserted here, and the word alone, Heidegger says, gives being to that thing, and the word brings a thing into being. See, here he is just reversing the idea that it is the word that brings being. Okay, it is the words that brings a thing into being. Something is only where the appropriate and therefore competent word names a thing as being, and so establishes the given being as a being. So this is where, the nature of language, the crux of language is located by Heidegger. Next. Here, I'm just following this thought, how Gadamer draws from this, where he is trying to destabilize the myth of language as a tool. Language does not represent a third instrument alongside the sign and the tool. I quote, this is from Philosophical Hermeneutics. Language is by no means simply an instrument, a tool, for it is in the nature of the tool that we master its use, which is to say we take it in hand and lay it aside when it has done its service. This is not something which happens in language. Okay, that is not the same as when we take the words of a language, laying ready in the mouth, and with their use, let them sink back into the general store of words over which we dispose. Such an analogy is false, because we never find ourselves as consciousness over against the world, and as it were, grasp after a tool of understanding in the worldless condition. Rather, in all our knowledge of ourselves and in all knowledge of the world, we are always already encompassed by the language that it's our own. So how Gadamer derives or develops this Heideggerian idea further into the linguisticality or the centrality of linguistic interpretations in our encounters with being and truth is visible here. Next. And here, by learning to speak, this is again from philosophical hermeneutics, by learning to speak, we acquire a familiarity. So this is one idea which Gadamer repeatedly says in one of his articles which he writes, one of the papers which he writes later, which is titled as Homeland and Language, where he talks about the metaphor of homeland, something to which we crave to return. Okay, so the place where we originally belonged, or we belonged at a point of time, and which has left a eternal mark in our mind. That is our homeland. So he compares language, or he is actually drawing a parallel with homeland, language and homeland. And he says that by learning to speak, we acquire a familiarity and acquaintance with the world itself and how it confronts us. So it's not that we are understanding world through language, but rather with the use of language, we are also participating in constructing a world in that way. We live and grow in the world with our linguistic interpretation. So this is the key role of linguistic interpretations. We live in it, we grow with it, and we do all kinds of things. Our experiences, encounters, memories, emotions, relationships are all shaped through these various linguistic interpretations we engage in. And we make our world through these linguistic interpretations. Our temporality and finitude are also the products of this multiple linguistic interpretations which we engage in order to make ourselves and also to make the world. And our ability to overcome subjectivity. This is a key aspect of hermeneutics, because hermeneutics understanding consists in sort of negotiating this between finitude and subjectivity, because finitude is not necessarily subjectivity, because finitude is, it suggests a unique viewpoint, it suggests a unique perspective, it suggests a unique place for us within the eternal fold of language. But subjectivity is so enclosed a kind of thing, and to be part of language or to be encompassed by language, we need to definitely come out of that private cocoon of subjectivity. So we need to come out of it. The ability of language to lead us to this, or not only to come out, but also to establish a unity with others who use language. So there is a concept of unity which is so dominant in the German tradition, which both Gadamer and Heidegger reiterates, because on one occasion, both Gadamer and Heidegger, they refer to Hölderlin's poem, which ultimately say that we are one conversation. We, the entire humanity, are one conversation. So there is a fundamental unity possible, and everything can be expressed in language, and we, being part of that, it is possible for us to understand practically everything, because we are in that universe of what you call linguistic, that something which enfolds us, something which, as to use Shankara's word, when he says that, enfolding, because when he interprets Ishavasya Upanisham, he says that Ishavasyam idam, Vasyam. The term Vasyam is, if you translate Shankara's interpretation, is to envelop, encompass, or whatever. And language unites us with others. Next. It defines our finitude, situatedness, temporality by facilitating or dwelling in it and making a world for us, and also shaping our inner core of being. So it's something which defines our peculiarity, our uniqueness, but at the same time it takes us out of our subjectivity and this is something which life demands, because life is essentially something which happens in the public domain, where we need to come out of our subjective world to the world of other people and to live with them and to engage with them in multiple ways. And life demands us to be in the logos. So this is the idea of logos, which is essentially a linguistic enfolding, but at the same time, it encompasses everything, our politics, our society, everything, and relate with the world and others interpretatively. So participation in logos requires that we need to necessarily engage with the world and with other people and with the cultural past and everything else interpretatively. It makes us respond to the questions. So what do you mean by, this is again a very essentially a Gadamerian idea to what do you mean by interpretatively engaging oneself in the logos? It means to respond to the questions raised by others and force us to ask questions to others. As a language is essentially a logos, a common possession, and to make sense and make ourselves sensible. So this is a process through which we make sense of the world, what it is around us, to the reality, find meanings in it. What meanings do we find in it, and at the same time, make others also sensible, to communicate. So this is what enables communication, to engage in a game. And here there is an idea of game, phenomenology of the game, which Gadamer talks a lot, which I am not elaborating here. It basically says that you are engaged in a game where the game is the master. It's not that, the players who play the game are the masters. This is actually against the way in which games are conceived in today's market economic world, where everything is a commodity, where players are conceived as heroes. But in an actual game, the game is the master. Players are only participating in the game. They are making the game. Of course, their contribution in making the game is, but the game as such needs to be understood in its totality. And in an ideal situation, one who engages playing a game forgets himself. So this self-forgetfulness is an essential aspect of being participating in a game. And this is where, language also comes. When you speak in the most natural manner, we are not conscious of what we are, we are not conscious of the fact that we are speaking. We are just engaging in a conversation. We are just communicating with other people. We are doing things with language. But the moment we become conscious of what we are saying, this brings a hindrance, which Heidegger talks about in the on the way to language, where we sometimes, where we will be struggling to find a word for a thing. Okay, so there are some such hindrances which we might face in our engagement with language, which Heidegger develops into his theory of language. Yeah. So our uniqueness, life makes us respond to the questions raised by others and also forces us to ask questions to others, as language is essentially logos. Okay, and next. So here, do I have time? Okay, I will skip this. Basically, this is, no, please, 1 minute. See, there's 3 stages in which language can unify us. This is, Gadamer develops this in his paper, which I just mentioned, Homeland and Language, where he says that language is essentially a grid, and it also functions like a wheel and also a flash. So I am not elaborating it. Next, go to the next slide. So as a grid, what happens is that on the one hand, it is a hindrance, because every grid is a hindrance. It prevents free fall because it stipulates specific conditions. But at the same time, it decides, the grid enables us to go out as well, okay, to reach out to others. So that is the function which language plays. Next. And here he talks about the wheel of language, where, language encompasses all those spheres of common courtesy, including avoidance of harshness and abrasiveness of. So basically, to contend that, language functions like logos here. And the next is, here, can you go to the next slide? Language as logos. Here he obviously takes Aristotle's classification of the nature of man as animal rationale, where man is the rational animal, or rational being, where the capacity of thought is emphasized. But Gadamer says that, the Greek word logos, the primary word of the meaning of the word is language. So being with logos is the Aristotelian definition, and logos actually means language. So this is this reinterpretation of the idea. To men alone is the logos given as well, so that they can make manifest to each other what is useful and harmful. So what is useful and harmful to us? So we sort of know how to behave in this world, and also what is right and wrong. A profound thesis. This is what Gadamer says about it. Next. Okay, I think since the paucity of time, I will skip this. Can you go further? Further. Yeah, here. Yeah. So I will come to this. The truth is encountered in our linguistic interpretative encounters with others as a process of uncovering. This is again a Greek idea which was primarily adopted by Heidegger and further developed by Gadamer with this idea of dialogue and also the interpretation of logos. Next. I just thought, these thoughts came to my mind, when somebody asks where is Shankara's birthplace, we say that it's close to Kochi International Airport. If somebody wants to know where it is, vaguely, this is a direction. I'm giving you a direction that it's very close to Kochi International Airport. It is close to Shankara Sanskrit University. There is a university now there. And then I can give, somebody else I can give a more precise thing, take a left turn from the Perumbavoor Road junction and then take the second right, which is for a local person, would understand it in that way. And for a student of mine who stayed with me in my village in Kerala, by the way, I'm extending this invitation to all of you. You can all come and stay with me in Kerala. Okay. Yeah. So it's very close to my house at Vallur. So you can probably visit one of the greatest philosophers India has produced, who's very close to my house, Kaladi. Yeah. So different ways in which you can assimilate the answer to the question, where Shankara's birthplace is. Okay. So, just to have a next. So in our multiple and varied encounters with life, we access and assimilate truth in different ways. And the finitude depends in terms of temporality and the essential nature of linguistic interpretations. And here comes the significance of art, because art and poetry raise a special claim to truth, because in art and poetry we are drawn towards truth in the most unhindered and uninhibited ways, because in them language brings itself to language. This is a Heideggerian assumption. Language brings itself to language, or language itself speaks. There is nothing behind the screen who speaks in poetry, because we are not comparing poetry with anything outside it. There is nothing outside it to which it needs to correspond in order to be true. But truth is contained in it. Yeah, next. And here, you can skip this, go to the next. Poetry is language in the preeminent sense. This is what Gadamer says. And I quote Gadamer from The Relevance of the Beautiful and Other Essays. I quote, "The only way in which we perceive the possibility of speaking with one another is that we have something to say to each other. There must be a readiness to allow something to be said to us." So this is exactly what happens in poetry. If you are approaching poetry seriously, you should allow it to say to us something. And it's only in this way that the word becomes binding. As it were, it binds one human being with another. So you are, in the case of poetry, you speak to the poem, not to the poet or anything else, but your communication is with the poem. Yeah, next. So something which is very similar to the Apaurushaya character, in a passing reference, I would like to mention that. The experience of poetry. In our engagement with poetry, there is a readiness to allow something to be said to us. So poetry, we allow, when we read poetry, we are not expecting to have any information or knowledge about the world, but rather we are ready to listen. A unique experience of language, it introduces a different hermeneutic situation where someone who wishes to understand a poem intends only the poem itself and nothing beyond it. So this is the characteristic feature. I mean, this is what makes poetry, or in a broad sense art, interesting and unique. Even poems and literary works that depict historical or mythical themes, we don't see beyond the poem to understand it. This is again from Gadamer. The poem does not stand before us as a thing that someone employs to tell us something. It stands there equally independent of both reader and poet. Detached from all intending, the word is complete in itself. Actually, Gadamer gives the example of Dostoevsky's, from a particular episode from Dostoevsky's novel, Brothers Karamazov, where the fall of Smerdyakov in a staircase, which goes down and ends in darkness. And he says that all of us read it, and we all understand what is a staircase is and how Smerdyakov falls. But we don't bother whether it exactly corresponds to the idea which Dostoevsky had. So this is the freedom which poetry allows us. And this is the beauty of poetry, that, you know, it has its own truth. It's an autonomous world. Okay, and language enjoys autonomy in its fullest sense in literary creations, in poetry particularly. And next, when we tell the truth, we say what we mean. Whatever shows itself to what it is true. A poem is not a reminder of the original performance of ideas. It's not simply in the service of further performances. It's not dependent on how things are in the world. It's the world in itself. So there is a kind of authority, that's a kind of profundity or truth that poetry commands. Its truth depends not on what it refers to. It refers to itself and nothing beyond itself. There is nothing more than what is said. Poetic world is autonomous. So this is what, you know, an instance where we can see language enjoying its autonomy. And here, probably the next slide, I will try to conclude with Heidegger, where he talks about myth, because myth is again, mythos is again a realm of poetry. Okay, myth means the telling word. For the Greeks, to tell is to lay bare and make appear. It is to lay bare and make appear. Both the appearance and that which has its essence in the appearance, its epiphany. And mythos is what has its essence in its telling. So mythos, it has its essence in its telling. What is apparent in the unconcealedness of its appeal? The mythos is that appeal of foremost and radical concern to all human beings, which makes man think of what appears, what is in being. This is Heidegger, what is called thinking. This is the one which I was referring to, his lecture course. Next slide. And here, probably this would be a fitting conclusion. This is how Heidegger begins his book, On the Way to Language, where he talks about, where he actually introducing this idea of undergoing an experience of language. And like, you know, in every philosopher, the introduction is also the conclusion. So here, sort of, this is what he also tries to conclude in his work. To undergo an experience with something, be it a thing, a person, or a god, means that this something befalls us, strikes us, comes over us, overwhelms and transforms us. So this is what happens when you are in language. The language which is truly autonomous. Your encounter, this is what you have. When we talk of undergoing an experience, we mean specifically that the experience is not of our own making. To undergo here means that we endure it, we suffer it, receive it, as it strikes us and submit to it. It is this something itself that comes about, comes to pass, happens. Heidegger, On the Way to Language. Next, I think I will wind up here because I know that I'm exceeding time. Yeah, sorry about it. Okay, I think I will, the last slide, can you go to the last slide? last one. Yeah, I will read this. Poetry as the art of the word is a different kind of art from other arts, and poetics is a theory of art in a different sense. Poetry, even the most incomprehensible, exists in an act of comprehension and for a comprehension. The close connection between poetry and philosophy is based upon this fact. I'll conclude with this. I'm sorry about the bit of unclear conclusion because I didn't get time for, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sri Kumar. So he covered a very vast range of philosophers from Gadamer to Gandhi and from Upanishads to Heidegger. So, and he touched on two very raw nerves, which is one is the autonomy of language and the meaning of poetry essentially. So, and though we all know that there are wars on this issue within philosophy, and I think Gadamer, one of the quotes that he had on the screen that, yeah, Gadamer is aware that the wars are very serious indeed. So, but in the interest of time, so I will request Professor Abhishek Novak to go ahead. His talk is on public reason. I think we will take questions after his talk ends.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Bhaumik. I want to thank the Department of Philosophy at Savitribai Phule Pune University for having me here. Today I'm talking on public reason as Dridek sees it through the prism of capability. That is how I have titled it. What I am going to present today shall mainly focus on Dridek's arguments in favor of connection between public reason, capabilities, and democratic deliberation. Now, to begin with, why have I chosen to speak on this? Because this argument that Dridek puts forward acts as a launching pad for other research avenues that I am interested in. So I will come to that at the end. Before I move forward, I just provide a short historical background as Dridek puts forward. While looking into the work of Kant, Dridek points out that the ideas of public reason and public reasoning have been discussed in relation to enlightenment, which for Kant meant overcoming submission to moral and intellectual authority and gaining the ability to use one's own understanding without guidance from others. It is the use of the term understanding that needs explanation, as reasoning is not sufficient, as people's reasoning in many instances takes support of others' reasonings, and that according to Kant shall not fulfill the goal of enlightenment. This is where Kant distinguishes private use of reasoning from public use of reasoning, and it is the latter that is essential for enlightenment. Kant wants individuals to firstly think for oneself, secondly to think from a universal standpoint, and thirdly to be consistent in their thought process. Dridek observes that maybe due to the Prussian censorship, Kant may have missed out on proposing that the public use of reason has authority over governments, and that it took nearly 200 years for it to be credible to think that governments are accountable to public reason. We can also focus on Habermas' work on regard to public sphere, where Habermas traces the idea of accountability to salons in the 18th century Europe. Habermas holds that the public opinion has with time disengaged itself with public discourse, since public opinion has been swept through mindless public barrage and propagandist manipulation. This, on the other hand, leaves behind organizations and institutions who are free from the public process of scrutiny. Dridek observes that Habermas's understanding is that the challenge to create a middle ground, engaging both sides in critical publicity, is of decisive importance. On the different side of the debate on public reason, Dridek locates Rawls' theory as a straightforward model of public justification based on the idea of public reason alone. This Rawlsian approach to public reason has been the prevalent theme around which contemporary debates on public reason construct itself. Dredick has summarized Rawls' idea of public reason in an elaborate way through 8 points, but there are 2 points that I want to put forward, which are very essential as we move forward. That according to Rawls, public reason should provide normative ideas that are purely political, concerned only with the public sphere, and not concern itself with comprehensive doctrines or moral norms, from which it follows that a participant in public reason may analyze herself to discuss with other participants how their comprehensive moral normative doctrines relate with purely political ideas that are subject to public reason. But these discussions cannot form the justificatory basis of these political ideas. Now, Rawls's theory is also different from the way Habermas looks into public reason. That is not a part of my discussion, but that is a part of my studies. I study Habermas. And then, can we go to the next slide? Dredick looks into public reason through the capability approach of Sen and Nussbaum, which differs from Rawls' conceptualization in many key areas. Let us analyze Dredick's understanding of public reason. Dredick observes that the idea of public reason arguably proposes to hold the state and what it does accountable. In this regard, he brings forth the capability approach put forward by Sen and Nussbaum. I shall briefly discuss the main ideas behind the capability approach and try and understand Dredick's approach of locating public reason as a benchmark to judge whether decision making is conducted more democratically or less so. Dredick, very interestingly, terms capability as midwife to public reason. So for him, it is the capability of an agent that helps in bringing forth public reason to life. Capability approach itself, can we move to the next slide, please? Now, I would like to give a brief overview of capability approach because the last section will have terms from it. And I shall just run through it. Most of you must have a basic idea of what capability approach of Sen and Nussbaum is, but still then, Ingrid Robbins has said that the capability approach is a theoretical framework that entails 2 normative claims. The first claim is that the freedom to achieve well-being is of primary moral importance. And the second claim is that well-being should be understood in terms of people's capabilities and functionings. So, there are a lot of technical terms. I don't know if you can see, but I have just given the concepts and the technical terms are mentioned over there. I shall just elucidate them through examples. A functioning is an achievement, to quote Sen, a functioning is an achievement, whereas a capability is the ability to achieve. Functionings are in sense more directly related to living conditions, since they are different aspects of living. Capabilities, in contrast, are notions of freedom, on the positive sense, what real opportunities you have regarding the life you may lead. Robbins gives the example of 2 individuals, one suffering from hunger due to famine, and the other on a hunger strike to protest against an unjust political regime. The individual on the hunger strike has the capability to achieve the functioning of not being hungry, while the one suffering from famine lacks this capability. This example explains the difference between functioning and capability. Sen's capability approach does not equate well-being with either opulence or utility. Capability approach is very considerate with regard to interpersonal human diversity. This is explained by Robbins in explaining the conversion factors which help convert commodities into functionings. There are 3 conversion factors: the personal, the social and political, and the third is the environmental conversion factor. There's an interesting example of a bicycle. A bicycle, if provided to a person, helps the person to go from point A to point B. But now, if the person has a disability and is unable to ride, then he lacks the personal conversion factor. Now let us think of a female who is in a regressive society and is not allowed to go out in public by herself. She lacks the social and political factors to utilize the functionings provided by a bicycle. And if a person who lives in a very hilly terrain, then he lacks the conversion factors, environmental conversion factors to utilize the bicycle. Capability approach is concerned with these conversion factors, which are reflective of interpersonal human diversity, not only with regard to individual capabilities, but also taking into consideration economic, social, cultural, and geographical viewpoints. These aspects further point towards the fact that in the capability approach, individual freedom has intrinsic importance. Capability approach, in principle, is concerned with the real freedom of opportunity. As can be explained in another case example of a professional boxer and a victim of domestic violence with regard to the capability of preserving bodily integrity. In the later case, that is in the case of a victim of domestic violence, it is important for us to be concerned about this capability as the victim lacks real freedom of opportunity. But we need not be concerned with the bodily integrity of a boxer. This brings forth another important distinction that sense capability approach holds and which is very important as we move forward. That is the difference between well-being and agency. Well-being can be equated with the standard of living, and when well-being faces itself with commitments that may affect the well-being of the agent herself, we are dealing with agency. This is again, there is another thought experiment or an example of two sisters. Both have the same achieved well-being levels, but one of them goes on to protest against the government, thereby exerting her agency, freedom, to raise her voice against a political concern bothering her. She gets arrested there, and as such, her achieved well-being is being compromised. On the other hand, the other sister, even though politically aware of her agency freedom, chooses not to compromise on her achieved well-being. Dredick has focused on sense concepts of agency, and this agency-oriented view of sense capability approach differs from other theories where normative importance is laid only on the well-being freedom, irrespective of who contributes towards it. The distinction that Sen makes between well-being and agency in his capability approach brings forth the concept of freedom and responsibility. As Sen observes that if focus is on agency aspect rather than only on well-being, then the promotion of social justice need not face unremitting opposition at every move. There is a lot of debate regarding Sen's concept of agency, and there has been a constructive criticism by David Crocker, but not going into it. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, since Dredick has focused not only on Sen, but also on Nussbaum primarily, Nussbaum's capability approach is universalist as well as responsive to cultural variations, wherein he retains the relativist claim that regarding focus on historic and cultural variations, two intuitive ideas form the basis of Nussbaum's approach. First, she considers certain functions as central in human life, and secondly, she observes these functions are to be done in a human manner, drawing mostly from the idea of Marx and Aristotle. Nussbaum focuses on the core idea of human dignity, which he considers as an extensive cross-cultural character, and instinctive authority. Nussbaum has listed her 10 capability, central human capabilities. I have mentioned them. I think it's, yeah, we can see it into it. I'm not going into it. Now these 10 capabilities are supposed to be general goals that can be further specified by the society in question. She mentions that her list is open-ended. The items on her list are abstract and general. Her list does not have a metaphysical grounding that is based on practical political purpose. There is a focus on freedom, and the list is not a list that forces something upon the governments. It is rather to act as a persuasive guide. But among these capabilities, Nussbaum points out that the capabilities of practical reason and affiliation, which I have written, which I have expanded, are of special importance. This is because Nussbaum observes that if any work is to be a truly human mode of functioning, it must require acting like a thinking being rather than just a cog in a machine. And it must be possible to interact with and act towards others in a way that involves acknowledging one another's humanity. Now, building upon these two philosophers, Sen and Nussbaum's capability approach, Dredick tries to, can we go to the next slide, please? Dredick tries to understand the concept of public reason through the prism of capability. Dredick puts before us a question that anyone considering public reason is bound to face. Public reason is considered to guide action, but can it help us reach univocal conclusions on matters of practical relevance to the public? We can understand that in many of the instances, public reason may not be able to provide us with univocal conclusions. But public reason cannot be termed unnecessary, given the fact that there are some important questions where public reason can play an important role. If we are to accept value pluralism, which we are supposed to, public reason becomes even more complex, since we are starting from a number of irreducibly different value premises. Dredick here asks the question, how is a public to move from disagreements on premises to agreement on conclusions? This is where comes forth the capability approach, since the capability approach does not deny pluralism by insisting that only value premises of one kind are true or acceptable. Dredick argues that in trying to offer a solution, capability concepts simplify the work of public reasoning. What are these capability concepts? There are two such concepts. One is the idea of valuable capabilities, and the other is the idea of equal consideration for all persons. These two concepts are captured in Sen's ideas as impartiality and in Nussbaum's ideas as equal human dignity. Now, let us look into what valuable capabilities signify. Valuable capabilities are capabilities to function in ways that matter more to one's life as a whole. For instance, to be well nourished, to keep healthy, to participate in community life, and to have self-respect. On the other hand, Dredick mentions the capability to whistle a particular song or stand on one's head as instances that can be seen as capabilities that are trivial. The second scale that Dredick considers for capabilities to be not trivial is such capabilities that have a higher level of generality, which considers things of the same kind that more people have reason to value. Now, combining these two aspects, Dredick observes that capability that top both scales, that is, everyone has reason to value them as elements of life as a whole. This brings us to the second capability concept that simplifies the work of public reason, that is, equal consideration for everyone's good. Dredick mentions that one of the norms that the capability approach proposes for public reason demands that we give equal consideration to everyone's good. The criteria of valuable capabilities combines powerfully with this norm. It cannot be acceptable that some have lesser capabilities unless it is acceptable that their striving to live well matters less than others. Equal consideration is taken to be an essential premise in arguments against capability inequality. But it has been expressed in different ways by Nussbaum and Sen. Nussbaum has considered it in terms of equal human dignity, while Sen has tried to explain it in terms of open impartiality. Nussbaum has termed the concept of dignity as an intuitive notion that is by no means utterly clear, but then she also makes it clear that dignity does not rest on some actual property of persons, such as the possession of reason or other specific abilities. Rather, Nussbaum observes that it is the concept of an individual as a dignified being who shapes his or her own life in cooperation and reciprocity with others, rather than being passively shaped or pushed around in the world. I shall come back to this concept of dignity because later on also there's a short bit of discussion on it. Dredick points out that sense, now moving on to Sen, Dredick points out that sense capability approach treats the mandate of equal regard for persons explicitly as an impartiality requirement governing public reason. In this regard, Sen refers heavily on Adam Smith's impartial spectator. Dredick quotes Sen to point out that Smith's formulation of the impartial spectator is to quote him, open up questioning rather than close down a debate with a formulaic answer allegedly derived from the impartial spectator seen as a definitive arbitrator. Dredick is of the opinion that Sen's concept of impartiality should mean capability involves valuing everyone's good equally. This shall help in public reason opposing shortfalls. On the other hand, Sen takes impartiality to mean just that advocates of a theory are willing to be applied to all cases. Dredick interestingly has tried to draw a comparison between Sen's impartiality and Rawls's idea of the competent judge as an arbiter of the considered judgment to whose ideas of justice must connect in reflective equilibrium. But then he himself points out that such a comparison is not possible because the way Sen approaches impartiality and public reason is counter to the stand taken by Rawls. For Rawls, as we had mentioned earlier, the normative premises must not involve itself into metaphysical, ethical, and religious standpoints, but should be purely political. On the other hand, Sen has been open to all such approaches grounding itself into public reason. Dredick points out that the closed impartiality, as the one Rawls proposes, has three shortcomings. Firstly, is the exclusionary neglect of outsiders who are affected by the insider group's decision. Secondly, inclusionary incoherence, by which the formation and hierarchy of a group may be affected by some decision that it arrives to. And lastly, procedural parochialism, whereby insider biases and prejudices may keep the group unaware of the alternative perspectives that the outside may offer. But the norm of open impartiality, as put forward by Sen, increases the scope of public reason beyond ideas that are purely political. Now, there is another question that Dredick tries to answer, which is whether and how the claims and proposals of capability approach are subject to public reason as it is, and public reasoning as it ought to be. I'll repeat the question. Whether and how the claims and proposals of the capability approach are subject to public reason as it is, and public reasoning as it ought to be. To begin with, he observes that there is a major debate raging within and outside the capability approach regarding these questions as to how valuable capabilities and equal considerations can be known or at least accepted for practical purposes. Are they justified by public reasoning, or can they have prior justification? Dredick brings forth one side of the debate by pointing out that Nussbaum's universal list of 10 basic capabilities determines public reasoning rather than being determined by it. David Crocker, who has a work on development ethics and Amartya Sen's capability approach, Nussbaum's, on the other hand, mentions, while being in agreement with Nussbaum, disagrees with the point of view that capability thinking can provide legitimate guidance without itself being subject to public reasoning and deliberation. As to quote Crocker, finally, who do Sen and Nussbaum claim should evaluate functionings and capabilities, and what methods should they employ? Here, one finds a sharp and growing disagreement between Sen and Nussbaum. Nussbaum emphasizes philosophical theorizing in determining valuable capabilities, while Sen stresses agency manifesting process of public discussion and democratic choice. Dredick observes that he is not persuaded that there is a strong and growing disagreement within the capability approach on this point. Rather, he feels that while the proponents of capability approach are busy in discussing this divide, some important nuances may be overlooked. So he confines himself to the more modest goal of sketching some middle ground answers to the questions that have been raised. This is where he draws a distinction between public reasoning and public reason. Dredick points out that Dredick points out that he has used public reasoning as a descriptive term which refers to justifications that have been offered for particular public action or demands at a particular place in a particular period of time. Public reasoning may contain some arguments made in private, unrecorded, and therefore lost to posterity. Dredick compares public reasoning to logic, as in public reasoning too, there are standards by which differentiation between the good and arguments is made. They include standards of inference, standards of evidence, and norms of consideration. By public reason, Dredick's focus is on those standards, those lines of arguments actually given that more or less meet the standards of public reasoning, and also any further good arguments that are relevant but have not been previously been introduced into the public debate. So the point that Dredick has tried to bring forth is that public reason is public reasoning as it ought to be, and public reasoning is actual advocacy that can be held to the standards of public reason. Moving forward, Dredick agrees with Sen that it is only by giving equivalent thought for all at some level that an ethical theory can have general credibility. Dredick is of the opinion that philosophical argument cannot be sealed off from public reason. Whatever may be the choice of capabilities, it is subject to further interrogation by public reason. Now, I shall try to bring forth the concept of dignity and explain that this idea that capability concepts are itself questionable, can itself change through public reasoning. Like when we talk about Nussbaum's approach towards the idea of dignity, Nussbaum is of the opinion that respect and sociability-based entitlements are conferred by dignity. But Dredick locates a shift in Nussbaum's position where she argues that these rights can develop from public reason and become the issue of an overlapping agreement, rather than being just drawn from the concept of dignity. If people participating in public reason, we are to consider other fellow participants in a manner as put forwarded by Nussbaum, they shall be able to form opinions about good and living standards that their dignified cohabitants would reject or accept. There can be a detailed deliberation about these standards, and the best suitable can be selected on the basis of the arguments in favor. In this context, Dredick proposes the understanding that in determining what is unworthy of human dignity, it is not philosophy, but public reason that is in command. Can we move to the last slide? Dredick advances towards the next moot point that deals with democratic standards. Nussbaum and Sen have vouched for democratic institutions that are equipped by capability concepts. Dredick asks two pertinent questions. Firstly, can the capability approach make a comparison among standards of democratic practices? Secondly, what role is played by public reason in this regard? These two questions are not to be dealt separately. Rather, they are dependent on each other. Dredick starts his discussion by firstly considering Nussbaum's final capability from a list of capabilities, which insists on the control of one's environment, both political and material. This capability, among other things, also insists on an agent being able to participate effectively in political choices that governs one's life, having the right to political participation, protection of free speech and association. This capability, Nussbaum claims, is bound by public reason. With regard to Sen's approach, Dredick mentions that Sen, even without Nussbaum's list, is of the opinion that public reason shall recognize democracy as the default option of governance. Sen provides us with three grounds with regard to justification for valuing democracy: intrinsic, instrumental, and constructive. Dredick mentions that Sen joins Nussbaum in affirming intrinsic value to public reason, involving political and social participation with regard to human life and well-being. Sen's conceptualization involves agency, as he points out that people are actively involved, given the opportunity, in shaping their own destiny, and not just as passive recipients of fruits of cunning development programs. What Sen has tried to put forward is a concept of agency that consists of democratic participation. Now the last part, as I conclude my argument, Driddick further asks, what is distinctive capability contributions to our understanding of public reason and democratic deliberation? To try and explain this, Driddick considers 5 questions. I shall just run through them. First, why public reason? The capability approach has no particular answers to why should public reason be meant to be action guiding. One can consider the broad Kantian view proposed by O'Neill, where the focus on capability is on freedom. Driddick writes that the idea and the relations and exercise of power, including but not limited to state power, should be accountable to public reason, and that power is not so accountable, is arbitrary and illegitimate, is also deeply consonant with the ways in which freedom is valued. I'll just repeat. Ideas that relation and exercise of power, including but not limited to state power, should be accountable to public reason, and that power not so accountable is arbitrary and illegitimate, is also deeply consonant with the ways in which freedom is valued. He further points out that Habermas's approach to emancipatory potential of communicative action can be very much related in this aspect. Second, what is the scope of public reason? Driddick points out that the literature dealing with public reason, both on the sides of Habermas and Rawls, has considered the concern of public reason is to settle public rules or norms, including legislation and public policy. But what the capability approach does is that it roots the theory and practice of social and economic development, insists that public reason should have an additional focus on goals, strategies, and programs. Thirdly, there is a debate between consensus and convergence. Here, capability approach of Sen is opposed to the way Rawls' insistence on purely political ideas, as this would land us into a closed impartiality. Fourthly, what relation does public reason hold to justice? Driddick observes that the capability approach places great weight on public reason, given its epistemic priority over justice. On the other hand, Rawlsian perspective is different here. Public reason can lead us to know how to implement social justice if and only if we already have a shared conception of justice. But that is not the case with regard to capability approach. Fifthly and lastly, what is the relation of public reason to democracy? Driddick points out that the capability approach supports explorations of how democratically our democratic institutions perform and how governance could be made more democratic, as Sen terms democracy as public reason. This formulation by J. Dridrick, who is a Canadian philosopher and a former professor at Carleton University, between public reason capabilities and democratic deliberation, takes us into larger questions that have found a passing mention in the last section. Questions of power, questions of empowerment, questions on development ethics, and questions on democracy. So these are ideas that I have been thinking about, and that is the reason why all these ideas have their base on public reason. And that is why I wanted to bring forth this argument of how Driddick tries to form public reason as a midwife, how Driddick terms capability as a midwife to public reason. This is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. So we have rather contrasting talks. One is on language and poetry and poetic meaning, and the other is on the role of public reason and the capability approach. A lot of information I got from it, actually. So I will throw the floor open to questions. I think Professor Deshpande wanted to ask a question to Professor Sri Kumar, so we'll start with that. So, sir, we can start with your question.
My first question to Sri Kumar is, of course you gave a very detailed and a very wonderful presentation going from Shankara's birthplace to Heidegger to Gadamer and sometimes Gandhi, if I am not mistaken. But still I am unable to understand the basic concept, namely what is poetic truth. I mean, if I I'm not at all clear about this very idea of poetic truth. I mean, is it the truth, discovered by a poet, or is it a truth which is something different from the truth that we talk about in epistemology? Or is it a truth which is something higher than or lower than what is the point of difference? What exactly differentiates truth as we ordinarily understand and the poetic truth? That is number one. This question I had. Now, related to this, there is another thing. So somewhere in your presentation, there was a reference to the limitations of language, in revealing the truth. Now, in Simla Institute, when I was a Tagore Fellow, there was another fellow, she was working on Wittgenstein, and she wanted to find out the link between Wittgenstein and Rabindranath Tagore. Okay. Now, what was the link according to that fellow? She thought that she can extend Wittgensteinian idea of limits of language are the limits of my world, that famous statement. Now, she wanted to extend that statement to understand what Tagore have said about the limitations of language in describing the ultimate or something like that. Now, this is very common, this is very common to compare in this way, but the basis of this comparison is utterly wrong. See, when Wittgenstein talks about limits of language, he is not talking about the limitations of language. So, limit has these two senses. The idea of limit has these two senses. One, limit as limitation. So, I have limitations for doing many things. Okay? A poet has a limitation to describe what he has discovered or what he has felt. So, that is a limitation. But limit as in that statement, limit as this Wittgenstein statement, limit is, what is that? This Wittgensteinian statement I just mentioned.
Limit of my world is the limit.
Yeah,
of
limit. Limit of my language is the limit of my world. Now, this limit is it refers to some transcendental condition of the very possibility of something. Okay. Now, Tagore or any poet is not concerned with this limit. They are concerned, when Tagore talks about, he's talking about language as limitation. Okay. So, this is one thing I wanted to ask. The second thing I wanted to ask about conversation. And now, this may sound very queer and very, foolish also. But I would like to connect your presentation with the second presentation. You see, the capability approach and the idea of conversation. Can we combine these two? And intuitively I find many points of seeing these two things, not compare, but seeing those two things in a certain context, in certain framework. But about that I'm not yet clear to put it in words. Because what is conversation? Does it not suppose both the parties of conversation, unless they have democratic value, their conversation would not take place, one. Number two, in conversation, there has to be somewhere in some form the idea of well-being, you see. And third thing is, once again, that thing that whether we lead conversation or whether conversation leads us. You see, we are under the impression that we are leading the conversation, but it is exactly opposite. This is what Gadamer says, as I have understood. It is a conversation that leads you. But leads you to where? Now, we are engaging in a conversation with certain thing in mind, and we are leading, opening a conversation with a aim to reach at some point, but conversation does the opposite. It takes you to something entirely different. So when I was reading that portion of Gadamar, I was reminded of Vijay Tendulkar's play. This silence court is on, Shantata court chalu hai. Now that exactly is Gadamarian situation. That, of course, Tendulkar didn't know who Gadamar was, but he expressed the Gadamarian idea in that play. And I think this is what Sanil was saying yesterday, this amateur, philosopher. So, Tendulkar can be considered as instance of this amateur engagement with philosophy, a dramatist engaging with philosophy. Now, what happens in that play is exactly this, that the play, at the end of the play, something is revealed which no one had thought of. No one had thought of. So this is the way conversation has led the convergence of that situation.
Yeah.
So these are some of my things on you. And this capability approach, obviously, this has led to introduce the idea of multidimensional poverty in economics, because that is something until this whole discourse of Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum came up. Till that time, poverty, measurement of poverty was the income poverty, basically. But this capability approach has brought in so many pointers or so many determinants of poverty, education, sanitation, then better environment, and so on and so forth. So basically the idea of human dignity and well-being is now introduced in economics. So that is the point. But I want to, this is my invitation for everyone to think these two presentations in a framework, in a common framework. So I see a great possibility of coming something new in this. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. About your first question, you mentioned that, in what your question is, like somewhere you articulated it in this way, that in what way it is different from our ordinary concept of truth. This very idea of ordinary concept of truth is problematic, because that itself is a very culturally, historically handed down concept. The one which, Gadamer's assumption is that, or rather his criticism is that, this so-called ordinary concept of truth is the product of Enlightenment philosophy, or some historical, cultural developments happen through that. And he invites us to see how the Greeks understood it, both Gadamer and Heidegger, because they had a concept of mythos and a concept of logos. Mythos is where, normally today we understand mythos as the domain of free, poetry, imagination, and logos as something which is very strictly following certain methodological approaches and all that. So what Heidegger says is that this distinction of mythos and logos, this is Gadamer's analysis, is a product, this happened after Plato. It was Plato who brought in this distinction. Before that, the Greeks never maintained a very strict distinction between mythos and logos, because their concept of meaning, their idea of understanding, their idea of truth were much broader than what has come in history as a result of historical, cultural process later. So we are trying to see, we are now in 20th century or 21st century, we are trying to understand how to understand truth. So the whole approach is trying to articulate that, we need to understand it as linguistic interpretations. Every human endeavor is...
See, we have to take concrete cases.
Pardon?
We have to take some examples. You see, philosophy without examples is just a jumble of words.
Yes.
So, sorry. So now, please let us discuss. I'm not asking you
No,
a
it's okay.
question, but this is a point of discussion for everyone. That as a reader, do we ever come across a piece of poem or a longish poem or poetic expression, feeling that, well, here the author must have he must have wanted to say something different than what he has said, and that is the case of limitation, or that is the case of, to put it other way, the so-called poetic truth. So now,
Can I just intervene? This is probably the fundamental misconception, that you're trying to look at what the author intended, which is a very fundamental misconception according to Gadamer or this hermeneutic tradition, because this itself is a hangover, the Enlightenment hangover or the hangover of modernity, where you assume that truth and meaning are located in a fixed universe, in a particular place, and you need to go and find it out. So poetry, when it is written, or a novel when it is written, work of art when it is composed, whatever, you assume that there is a domain of truth which could be located within the intentional mind of the author, the poet. This itself is a misconception which Enlightenment philosophy has led us to. This is a fundamental, the problem is that unless we move ahead of this, we will be having, we'll have to discuss more fundamental things to settle this.
no, I wanted to know where from this idea of poetic truth comes. Who brought this idea of poetic truth? Who invented this idea of poetic truth? This is what I wanted.
Yeah, you're probably raising this question from the perspective of a very historically evolved notion of truth, which you inherit and you consider as valid.
No,
you need to question that concept of truth. What is your concept of truth then?
No,
you are asking me a question, what is this poetic concept of truth? What is your idea of truth? I am saying my argument is that, or rather,
my idea of truth is that this bottle is on the table and it is right in front of me. This is truth.
Yeah,
this is a very about this fact is a truth.
Yeah, I agree.
This is my, and I don't have any philosophical idea of truth.
No,
whether Platonic or whatever. I have my own idea of truth as an ordinary person, as a man of common sense. This is my idea of truth. And how does it, how is it faulty, or how is it, not correct idea?
No, this is, this idea that, this is a bottle on the table is true, is not contended. That is not contradicted. The only thing is that when you try to reduce all concepts of truth to this model, and trying to say that, unless you understand it in this terms of correspondence, there is no truth, everything is inferior. The question of truth is so sacred, it is limited to this domain where you could, with this clarity, you would be able to say that, okay, this bottle is on the table. So this particular statement has a corresponding fact to that. So you're reducing the notion of truth to that factual contingent factor. That is the problem. Nobody is denying that this has a validity. This definitely has a validity.
It is a problem for whom and for what reason?
No, the problem is, see, if you're asking me the question whether this is a problem for the common man, it's a different issue. We can debate on that. But we are trying to understand, see, my whole process is to understand philosophy as an enterprise which involves linguistic interpretations. So when you try to, if that is your interest, if you say that that's not my interest, that's not the common man's interest, I have no answer to that. Okay, my interest is, unless you accept that, philosophy is a matter of, we are raising a fundamental question. What is philosophy? So my proposal is that philosophy deals with language in a primordial manner. And this is the manner in which it deals with language, that we are interpretative animals, or we are interpretative beings, and we deal with language, and it is through this linguistic interpretations we make sense of the world. And this is also, the example which you cited also is a kind of an interpretation for me, because what determines that there is a certain sacred validity you attach to this simple statement. That itself is a particular way of seeing at it. But there are other ways. I mean, unless you accept that, you are interested in understanding what is philosophy. And when I say, I mean, if you have a problem with my view that it is not a matter of linguistic interpretation, then we have an argument.
No, I am not convinced by all this. I mean, I want to praise this point, but let us,
Okay.
going back to what is poetic truth, that is,
Maybe it's not, is this better? Maybe it's not coming through in the conversation. But what Heidegger is, can you hear me? What Heidegger is trying to say is that the notion of truth that you mentioned, truth as correspondence, right, between subject and object. I see the bottle in front of me. That's a derivative notion based on truth as aletheia, right, as unconcealment. So a kind of historical unconcealment has had to have happened for you to recognize something as a bottle, right? So, if you don't have the practice, I'm simplifying Heidegger, but if you don't have the practice of drinking from a bottle, you would not see it as a bottle, right? So this correspondence theory of truth for Heidegger is derivative, based on this more primordial notion of truth as unconcealment, okay, which is what he calls aletheia. Lethe, bringing out of concealment into unconcealment. And then Heidegger further complicates it by saying that every mode of unconcealment is also a mode of concealment, of the very happening of that unconcealment, and so on and so forth, right? But so as he mentioned that it's not as if Heidegger is denying correspondence, but he's simply saying that correspondence becomes possible on the basis of some further underlying process that has to be in place, which is why Heidegger is basically a transcendental thinker. He's part of the transcendental tradition, right? The conditions of possibility. What already has to be in place in terms of the conditions of possibility necessary for you to recognize something as something. That's what Heidegger is getting at.
Questions. Again, it's about the same presentation. It's on. So it's on. Now, I consider Gadamer as Heidegger light, L-I-T. Now, considering that and the discipleship and all that stuff, and I think you cited Heidegger, right, where he talks about undergoing an experience. He underwent the Nazi experience precisely in that manner, the way, that quotation that you cited. And in that context, Adorno, if I remember right, once said that after Auschwitz, poetry is impossible. I wonder what Gadamer would have said to that, one. Two, my feeling is this particular understanding of poetry that comes through is, it's like persuasive definition. I mean, poetry is vast. It's a vast, varied corpus. It's a polyphonous discourse, and you can't reduce it to, it's a kind of essentialism here at work. And I know that, for example, Heidegger had a very close relationship with, dialogue with René Char, for example, right? The French mid-20th century French poet. Now, Char's poetry would perhaps answer to this kind of a description. But how can we reduce all of poetry to this? This also seems to be very strange. To this particular understanding of, the poetic language, a particular conception of poetic language is being superimposed on the, in fact, actually existing polyphonous, heterogeneous character of poetic discourse.
My understanding is that, this is not a specific model, but the hermeneutic model is suggesting a it rather proposes something which encompasses various other approaches. Because, basically it emphasizes on dialogue. So there is a way in which you relate yourself with poetry or any work of art for that matter. Poetry, of course, has a special place here, but any work of art, there is a way in which you relate with that. And your relationship with, as Professor Patnaik mentioned this, aletheia, this whole notion of truth called aletheia, which Heidegger calls aletheia, which he takes from the Greeks, which probably, can be understood as something which explains, with the notions of logos or with dialogue or with play, whatever Gadamer later on suggest, will explain will encompass many of these concerns which you have, the diverse ways in which poetry is assimilated in different civilizations. I don't think there is any contradiction. It's not an essentialist way. It's not proposing a method. If it is a method, it is an essentialist reductionist approach. It's not a method, but rather it's proposing a way in which, this needs to be understood. The very idea of truth in poetry needs to be understood. I think the fundamental confusion is that, not with regard to what you said, but I'm just returning to this conversation which I had with Professor Deshpande. The fundamental confusion is that, as Professor Patnaik substantiated it, unless you appreciate this notion of aletheia and understand, this as the way, our accepted, as Professor Deshpande himself said, our ordinary concept of understanding as problematic, in the sense in which becoming paradigmatic of all human understanding, probably we'll fail to appreciate it. That is my take on this.
Hello. Can I add one point? Excuse me, sir. Here, backside. Yeah.
Thank you. I was wondering about the comments you made on, subjectivity, the notion of subjectivity. And I have a specific concern with regard to your comments, particularly the relation that you try to discuss between finitude and subjectivity. And you said that finitude is, is a perspective, it's a point of view, and there is no necessity to bring in subjectivity there, while we talk about finitude. And one might wonder, what is there in a particular point of view and what is there in a particular perspective without subjectivity. And that takes me to some of the comments that you have made in the context of language, in the context of truth, about the notion of subjectivity. It seems from your presentation that, subjectivity, particularly Heidegger and Gadamer, they wanted to get rid of subjectivity. But on the contrary, the fundamental idea we get from Heidegger and Gadamer is that they wanted to get rid of the Cartesian notion of subjectivity. They didn't want to get rid of the notion of subjectivity as such. Particularly in the context of dialogue, when Gadamer talks about, openness to the conversation, openness to the dialogue. And when I am open to a dialogue, I cannot imagine how am I open to a dialogue without my subjectivity. Is that called openness? Thank you.
Again here, you're right. The Cartesian idea of subjectivity is problematic for any of these thinkers. Many of these thinkers, it is problematic. But what I mean, I don't understand what you mean by subjectivity here, but what I mean is that, you know, the way in which you understand finitude in terms of, I mean, the idea of finitude itself is not free from what you call, I mean, that itself is defined in terms of your occupying a space in language. Okay, you are there in language. Your ability to interpretatively engage with the world and others, that constitutes your finitude. But then the very idea of engaging with the world and others puts you in language, which is a common position, which is a domain of communication, where common concepts are used, which establishes the possibility of conversation at the very outset. Because a conversation, the very possibility of a conversation, which is actually a strong possibility, presupposes that you are able to overcome your subjectivity, which is a very, I mean, you need to engage concepts and ideas which are common and reach out to the other and also be receptive to what others say. Only then you would be probably placed within the, I mean, there is somewhere he says that a spirit of the game rules the players.
Yeah, I mean,
he talks about.
Reaching out to the other is not overcoming, may not be necessarily overcoming
No.
my subjectivity.
No, let me complete. What I say is that, you know, he talks about the spirit of game. The spirit of, when players are playing a game, the spirit of the game overtakes the players. So somewhere, you know, there presupposes a kind of self-forgetfulness where you need to come out of that narrow, I mean, I don't want to use the word perspective because perspective again is a linguistic thing. So you need to really come out and start engaging with the tools. I mean, sorry, not tools again. You have to be very careful when we use, because as Professor Deshpande, I was responding to him, we are all habituated to use language in a certain way. So this proposes a very different use of language, and I agree with you that, you know, in a sense, a course in Heidegger is necessary to start understanding all these thinkers, because that will probably deconstruct your normal ways of understanding language. Yeah. So I will put it in this way: we are not denying the finitude which is understood in terms of temporality, as Heidegger does, but that necessarily doesn't mean that you are a private enclosure. There is no concept of private enclosure, because once you come to language, you have to open up. You start using common concepts, common ideas, and you have to reach out to the others. You have to respond to other people, and you need to raise questions to other people and be receptive to what their answers are. So in that process, the back and forth process of using language in the most dynamic manner, somewhere you overcome your subjectivity. Okay, doesn't mean that you're overcoming, I mean, it's nothing to do with your finitude. Your finitude is taken for, it is there. But it doesn't impose on you conditions of subjectivity, but rather it takes you out of it. Okay, so otherwise, and again, you know, my feeling is that unless you come out of this whole idea of, what do you call, this enlightenment conception, which had imposed certain, which has imposed certain models on us to understand certain concepts, we will not appreciate this concept. So you are probably your view of subjectivity is that enlightenment concept.
No, what I mean is that, you know, I think that, you know, you are trying to say that, you know, subjectivity necessarily means private enclosure, but that need not be.
Then we have no issues.
But then.
Only thing is we are using different words.
No. But then that is not getting, you know, that is not getting rid of the subjectivity as such.
I'm not saying getting rid of them.
Overcoming subjectivity, that means when I'm open to the dialogue, I'm not a subject.
Not in that sense. See,
Yeah.
again, what do you mean by subject? Is it a...
My situatedness, you know, my worldly constraints, that constitutes my subjectivity. I mean, that's the idea we get from the phenomenological tradition. from
No,
Heidegger.
I don't think that is the notion of subjectivity, which that is where finitude comes into picture, where your situatedness in a particular linguistic tradition is where you are situated. But the very idea that you are situated in a, I mean, since you said the phenomenological tradition or hermeneutic tradition, the very fact that, or the very idea that you are situated in a tradition, linguistic tradition, means that you are, I mean, that doesn't hinder you from reaching out to other traditions, because no tradition is an enclosure. Okay, so rather it gives you, I mean, Gadamer talks about prejudices or preconditions of understanding or pre-understandings in our endeavor, because he basically says that, I mean, he has this idea of rehabilitating, prejudices, where he talks about how these pre-understandings which we have, which we inherit as part of a tradition, which is probably what you mean by subjectivity. I don't mean that. For me, subjectivity refers to that enclosure, that Cartesian enclosure, or whatever you call it, that Enlightenment philosophy's understanding of subjectivity in terms of epistemological tradition. Okay, here situatedness for me is situatedness in a particular linguistic tradition, which provides you certain conditions that enables you to reach out to the world and make sense of it, and also have experience of truth in terms of aletheia. So this is what I mean by situatedness.
Professor Tandon's question.
Just a brief comment in addition to the discussion that has gone. Wittgenstein's later work, that is philosophical investigation, itself allows the possibility of understanding the notion of truth other than the objective truth. And in that sense, I think the philosophical investigation's notion of truth, I mean the contextual, truth is contextual. And in that sense, we can understand the Gadamerian understanding of truth, where truth is the reality shared by the two interlocutors in a context, through the participation in the same tradition or a culture. So reality or the truth might differ from the universalistic idea of truth that has been accepted by the early Wittgenstein's own work. That's all.
I'll take two questions from students.
Hello. First of all, thank you so much, sir, for your profound insights over this topic. Sir, actually, as I was late, so I missed a lot of part of your presentation. But when I came, you were discussing about the poetry and its hermeneutical approach to it. So, sir, my question is that very often it seems that hermeneutical method is associates with literature, art, and textual interpretation, but it also deals with the philosophy. And as you said, that philosophy is an enterprise that requires linguistic interpretation. And when it comes to the linguistic interpretation, so my question is, where does the Gadamerian hermeneutical method stands in a feminist philosophy when it comes to the study, the philosophy in a feminist perspective, whereas many feminist philosophers claims that the language itself has remained a tool of a patriarchy just because of its androcentric nature. So does Gadamerian hermeneutics offers a liberating method of interpretation, or does it reinforces that same androcentric traditions?
It's too much for me to answer whether it offers a liberative. I mean, I am not very sure about that, but I would put it in this way that the possibilities of diverse interpretation is never denied. Okay. That is possible, whether it is from feminist perspective or Dalit perspective, which are very significant significantly aid our understanding of the world in contemporary times. Because without these valuable perspectives, these are some valuable insights, we understand things, So they are, I mean, I again would refer to this whole idea of aletheia. Because, you have a idea of aletheia which is unconcealedness. So, I mean, if you put it in a very strict Heideggerian sense, being is uncovered, okay, in different ways, in diverse manners. So your encounter with being, each of your encounter with being will be resulting in an understanding through this process of aletheia, depending on how do you see it. But again, depending on how do you see it doesn't mean that you go with your prejudices or go with your misunderstandings or whatever. There is always a possibility that language, or rather language, forces you to come out of that and engage in a meaningful conversation. I have 4 features of conversation in Gadamer, which is, one is the openness to the voice of the other. Okay, make oneself indeterminate. This is exactly the word which Gadamer uses. You have to make yourself indeterminate to the other. Because when you deal with the text has a claim to truth, and that is fundamental. Okay, when you deal with the text. And this is again ought to be your attitude when you deal with the other person. Whether it actually happens or not is a different question. But this is what hermeneutics demands, that the other might know better than me. The other might have a better picture than me. So this is a fundamental assumption. Then the second one is that conversation, you are in a dialogue, dialogue is essentially a conversation where, conversation happens through, according to Gadamer, he brings it out beautifully by analyzing in terms of the logic of question and answer. He says that it puts us in question. So which means that we are allowing us to be challenged. Okay, answer and formulate new questions to the other. So it's a question answer process. Dialogue involves a question answer process. And the third aspect is that the partners in conversation are not leaders but are the led. Which is what I said, in a game, the game takes over, not the players. In a game, only then you really enjoy the game. If you're really worried about winning or losing and other aspects of the game, you never enjoy the game. But to enjoy the game, you have to forget and apply yourself to the rules of, I don't want to use the word rules, that is again Wittgenstein. Okay, yeah. See, this is the advantage of writing over speaking. Okay,
Thank you so much, sir.
And one more thing, the goal of conversation, which is probably the very important thing, or dialogue or whatever, interpretation, is not to win, but to be transformed. So be prepared to be transformed after a conversation. If you are bent on arguing your perspective and trying to sort of assert that your viewpoint is the right one, you fail to listen to the other person. Sometimes, the other person murmurs and you completely misses the point. So this is a problem with conversation. And you have to be sensitive to the voices, the murmurs of conversation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir, there's a question on my side. Okay, I just want to thank you very much for the great presentations, not only from yourself, but from all the ones before. But this specific one drew some questions from my side. So I'm from the West, specifically Jamaica and the West Indies. And Professor Deshpande earlier talked about examples. So I'll use an example, and coincidentally you're from Kerala. I've been there and I've enjoyed it thoroughly. But one of the things I quite respect about Kerala is the language of Malayalam. And I think it's a very difficult language. But one thing I've noticed, I've seen an observation where my wife, who also knows Malayalam, when she speaks and the phone is not clear, the reception is not clear, for some reason the language comes through very clearly. As if there is interruptions, but yet the intent of what they're trying to say, the communication went through very well. I've seen the converse of that in English, where when we are using English through the same reception, immediately we'll cut the call because it's not clear. So obviously, Hindi, Malayalam, and these sort of Indian languages carry more letters. So obviously, more letters mean more vibrations of the letters, which means that communications become clearer versus, say, lesser letters. Coming from Jamaica, we speak English primarily, but we degrade English. It's actually called patois. So they break the English up, so in fact, nobody else in the world can really understand our English. For example, if I say, what is going on, our English translation is wagwan. So it's something like that. But what I noticed with language also is that, like, I'm in Pune, and I only know English. But yet, my English, somehow conversing, say, with persons within Pune, somehow we seem to get along quite well. And they seem to understand what I'm trying to say or convey. Even though the physical understanding of what I'm saying is not, or the actual words themselves are not understood, the conveyance is understood, which is quite interesting. Being in Kerala, I noticed that I participated in Kathakali. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And they'd use expressions. So they do a whole play, as you know, with expressions. And that also is another proof, again, that it's done, conveyance is done without language. If you consider, say, Hindi or Malayalam or any of these languages with the number of letters, if you add more letters, let us say if we have a language with 100 letters in there, or 1,000 letters in there, it means that we can convey our information quite even more better. Therefore, when we start going into things like mantras in our Indian knowledge systems, you'll find that mantras are vibrations, and that conveys a lot more. In fact, it seems to command things a lot more versus, say, language. One of the things also is with literacy and language. So you find that, the persons who are considered literate seem to know language. But then, is it true also that, that the same literacy gives knowledge? That is also questionable. Those that are not literate, are they knowledgeable? And you'll find that they are. So that is also, it brings up another way of understanding. There's another aspect that you mentioned about being. And I think that's something that I consider very, very important. Because being also is creation. So therefore, if I have a word, in the Bible, in Christianity, they talk about the Word of God. So they say that the Word, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. So they also put the Word as very important. But then one starts to understand that if you are talking about words, even as I am speaking now, everybody in this room has a voice in their head. And that voice in their head is saying probably something different. They're probably thinking about the past or the future, right? Definitely not the present. But that voice in the head is probably giving them some other aspect. So then, what is creation? Is the word that they're saying, I want food, I want lunch. So if I want lunch, will I get lunch? Because that may not be the time for lunch. So the word itself is one thing, what I'm conveying, and the thought in my head is another thing that I'm conveying. Yet both of them will not realize the creation. So that also opens up another discussion.
Okay, I think we have just run out of time, so we have to conclude. There is another session that has to happen. So.
Thank you so much all. I would now request the chairperson to felicitate Professor Shri Kumar. Request to felicitate Professor Abhishek Nobak. With that, we conclude this insightful session. A big thank you to our speakers and the chairperson for their valuable contributions, and to our audience, thank you for your engagement. Now we will have a 10-minute break for picture outside the building. and then we'll join in for our next session. Request to all speakers and the audience to gather outside the building for a picture.
Requesting all the participants to please come inside. We're beginning. Yeah. We have kept the bottle. So you're using podium? Requesting all the participants to please join. We're beginning the next session. In the beginning only. Because if Sebastian sir is here, Abba sir is, as soon as chair joins, we'll take it in the beginning. Requesting Professor Sri Kumar to please join us. Requesting Professor Sri Kumar to please join us for chairing the session. Acha. No, sir, it's fine. I know. Yes, sir. Chair, दूसरी plastic है. ते लटकून राहत असेल तर लटकून राहू दे फक्त. I request Professor Sri Kumar sir from Department of Humanities and Social Sciences of IIT Chennai to please chair this session. I now call upon the speakers for this session. We have Professor C.D. Sebastian, so I request you to please join the dais. Professor C.D. Sebastian is from Department of Humanities and Social Sciences in IIT Bombay. His areas of specialization include Indian philosophy, Buddhism, philosophy of Buddhism, and especially Madhyamika philosophy. I hope he'll be speaking on the same theme today also. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us for this session. We request Professor N. Sri Kumar to felicitate Professor C.D. Sebastian. Sir, here. Felicitate Sebastian, sir. I call upon the second speaker for this session, Dr. Apa Kumar, sir. Dr. Apa Kumar is Associate Professor of Philosophy in School of Arts and Social Sciences in Ahmedabad University in Ahmedabad. His areas of specialization include Western philosophy, historical reading of Western philosophy, and Kant especially. So I request N. Sri Kumar, sir, to please felicitate today's second speaker for this session, Dr. Apa Kumar. Without taking any more time of the audience, I request the chairman to please take over the session.
Yeah. Thank you. So I was asked by the organizers to be very strict on time. So it's 20 minutes. Each speaker will get 20 minutes. So I'm very sorry that, this kind of a limitation was not imposed on us when we spoke. But I have no choice. We have to wind it up by 1:30. So please limit your presentations to 20 minutes. So first, let me call upon Professor C.D. Sebastian from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Bombay. So your topic is current discourse and debate in Madhyamika Buddhist thought, right?
Yeah, I thought Professor Sri Gomar would be as generous as the previous chair, who had an elastic sense of time. But food is important. Ask me to wind up whenever it is needed. Annam Brahma. Food is God, so we will not wait. We will not ask the God to wait. Thank you, Professor Sri Kumar, and my fellow panelist, Professor Apar, the Kandian scholar who is referred everywhere these days. Thank you, Professor Deshpande, for inviting me to this convivium. And thank you, Professor Harish Navale, for the invitation. And I thank the Department of Philosophy, Professor Harish Navale, Akashkar, Professor Akashkar, Professor Tandon, Ashish. Karim Lavely is not there. And thank you so much. I'm coming after that conference of Professor Tandon. I think after that nothing happened here. Pune is close to our heart, especially when it comes to Indian philosophizing. And I would like to start with an anecdote. Yesterday it happened. We had a seminar yesterday on the aesthetics of Kashmir Shaivism, aesthetic in Tandralok. Then towards the end I said Abhinay Gupta should be indebted to Buddhists for what he is doing today. And then Professor Godavari Mishra said, he also was there. Indian philosophy should be indebted in itself to Buddhist thought, because Buddhist thought really augmented what Indian philosophy is after Indian Buddhist thinkers came into existence. So in one way or other, Buddhist philosophy is very pivotal in philosophizing. When Sri Kumar was telling the greatest intellectual Shankara of India, those who do in Buddhist thought, we'd say that he is a Prachanna Bauddha, he is a crypto-Buddhist, And when he comes to criticize other systems of thought in his Tarkapath is the second chapter, second part of Brahma Sutra Bhashya, he summarily dismisses in one line about Nagarjuna. He is not worth mentioning. Had he explained Nagarjuna, he would have demolished his own system. So he is wise enough not to demolish. So with this note, I begin, this is a survey. I do not know whether it will be palatable to you. What has happened in the area of Madhyamika philosophy after the Central Philosophy of Buddhism was published in 1955 by Professor T.R.B. Murthy. And these days, people do not agree, those who are doing Buddhist thought do not agree with Murthy's interpretation of Nagarjuna. And for the students, those who are here, I would like to bring to your attention that there are three streams of thought that people pay attention to interpret Nagarjuna. One is the Advaitic paradigm, which Murthy did. Second is the Kantian paradigm, where Appari is sitting. Third is the post-colonialist or the postmodern thinker Derrida in deconstruction. And Indian students will not go with all these three interpretations. And we, all of us, those who are doing Nagarjuna, will say that Nagarjuna is Nagarjunian, not of anybody else. This is the outline. And my survey is very simple. I worked for 10 years because in 2015, when Murthy's volume completed 60 years of its existence, I was asked to write a survey of what happened after Murthy's time, Murthy's publication. And I was, as a student of Buddhist thought, I was critical of Murthy. So the new edition, which was supposed to come, should have this introductory part by me. I did not know why Motilal did not bring it out. It still is in there. But after that, I finished that work within 2 years. And again, I continued my work. And this is the effect of last 10 years, you can say. So from 15 to 25. And I wish to bring it out as a separate volume or as a separate paper. Now, I have 12,000 words. I'm not going to read all those. Professor T.R.B. Murthy's celebrated work, The Central Philosophy of Buddhism, a study of Madhyamika system, was first published in 1955. The significance of the work of T.R.B. Murthy, even after 7 decades of his first publication, is far from over. It still keeps on speaking to us and provoking debates in the study of Madhyamika school of thought. In this work, Murthy appraises the Madhyamika thought as the central philosophy of Buddhism. In the preface to the volume, he wrote, the Madhyamika philosophy claims our attention as a system which created a revolution in Buddhism, and though that in the whole range of Indian philosophy, through that in the whole range of Indian philosophy, the entire Buddhist thought turned on the Shunyata doctrine of the Madhyamika. The earlier pluralistic phase of Buddhism, its rejection of substance and the rather uncritical erection of theory of elements, theory of dharmas, was clearly a preparation for the fully critical and self-conscious dialectic of Nagarjuna. The Yogacara Vijnanavada idealism explicitly accepts Shunyata of the Madhyamika and gives it an idealistic turn. Next sentence is important. The critical and absolutist trend in Brahminical thought, per se, Advaita Vedanta, is also traceable to the Madhyamika. This is Murthy's words. Considering the role and the importance of Madhyamika, I venture to appraise it as central philosophy of Buddhism, unquote. And this was there. And there were much appreciation. And after that, many works came. There are many works. But important works of Indian thinkers were Harsnarayan Shunyapata, a reinterpretation, 1964, A.K. Chatterjee's Facets of Buddhist Thought, 1973, and Professor A.M. Bhattier's Ron, Framework of Nagarjuna Philosophy in 1988, and G.C. Nayak, Mathemika Shunyata Reappraisal 2001, and if I count myself, my work in 2016 by Springer. Then there are many others. I'm not going to do what they have said, but I wanted to say something about what people are against Murthy, the subsequent studies at variance with T.R.B. Murthy's interpretation. And that's very important for students of Buddhist philosophy. And for the students, those who are sitting here, let me tell you, Buddhism is not one. Don't ever say that Buddhism mein kaha gaya. It is said in the Buddha. There is no one Buddhism. It's not a monolithic system. And each school of thought, if you go to the early Theravada school scholastic study, there are 18 schools. And when you come to the next phase of Buddhism, the Abhidharmika system itself is a realistic system. You see, what is that? They say that there is no whole, there is no substance, there is no soul. There is no putkala, that is what they say, putkala nariyadmi. But they said individual, discrete elements are real, dharmas are real, you are real. So the realistic phase of Buddhist thought. The second phase of Buddhist thought, when you look at the philosophical trajectory of Buddhist thinking, the second is a critical phase, not holding on to anything. And that credit should go to the Madhyamika tradition, Aryadeva, Nagarjuna, Aryadeva, Uttapalita, Bhaviveka, then Chandrakirti, then you name Sandrashta, anybody after that. There are many others. And the third phase of trajectory of Buddhist thought is the idealistic phase. It is not the metaphysical idealism which we have in Advaitic tradition. See, when we look at the Indian philosophical idealism, there are two idealisms. One is the metaphysical ontological idealism, the absolute Brahman paradigm of the Vedantins. And the other idealism is the epistemological idealism of the Yogacara Vijnanavadins. They also say that there is something, that is the consciousness. Sarvakalam yatha bhavat sa eva vijnapti matrada. Only pure consciousness exists. How they use it, it is not an ontological consciousness. It's an epistemic apparatus. That's the, if you want to see epistemic idealism in Indian philosophy, we have to salute the Yogacara Vijnanavadins. And that's important for the students, please. And when it comes to Yogacara Vijnanavadin, they are also different. Yogacharyans are pure conscious theories. Only what is there? Only a contentless consciousness. Pure consciousness. Vijnapti matrada. And who are the people? Asanga and Vasubandhu. Maitreya, Asanga and Vasubandhu will come in that category. But when it comes to the logical epistemology school of Yogacara Vijnanavad with Dignag, Dharmakirti, then others, there is something given in the consciousness when the knowledge claim comes. So it is not pure consciousness. So though we say in one stroke, Yogacara Vijnanavad, they are not the one and the same. There is difference. This is for the students, the differences. So I'm in the critical phase now, the Madhyamika phase, okay? So as it is inevitable with any philosophical interpretation of a system, differences loomed large among the Buddhist scholars with the particular construal of Madhyamika that T.R.B. Murthy had explicated in his The Central Philosophy of Buddhism. Soon after its publication, scholars had been at variance with the take that Murthy had in his work. There was a divergent estimation asking whether Madhyamika was really the central philosophy of Buddhism per se. Further, others stated that there is an overstatement in Murthy when he says the rise of Madhyamika system is at once the rise of Buddhism as a religion, unquote. The transformation of Buddhism as religion was taking place right from the beginning of Buddhist thought. Kenneth Shen wrote, I am not reading his part. Let us go to the next. Another disagreement on Murthy's take of Madhyamika after the model of Kantian phenomenon-noumenon paradigm. It has been subjected to criticism ever since the publication of Central Philosophy of Buddhism. C.W. Huntington Jr. and Geshe Namgyal Wangchen, in their work, The Emptiness of Emptiness, and Introduction to Indian Madhyamika, wrote, I quote, the second phase of Western Madhyamika scholarship dealt with what Chandrakirti might have called absolutistic interpretation. One word on Chandrakirti for our students, for professors will know. See, who is the most celebrated interpreter of Nagarjuna? Nagarjuna's all are karikas, without explanations. And its interpretation we get with other commentators like Buddha Palida, Bhav Vivek, and Chandrakirti. And today in Indian scholarship, Indian academia, those who do Madhyamika, they go to take recourse to Chandrakirti's Prasannapada. And that's the standard one. But what happens? Chandrakirti is a senior contemporary of Shankaracharya. And when philological analysis take, he must have come from the south. And when he divides the truth, he divides Paramarthas one and the Bevahar, the Samriddhi, into two. Same occurs in the Pratipasika Vavkarika paradigm of Shankaracharya. Chandrakirti, a senior contemporary who passed away 50 years ago, he said Mithya Samriddhi and Tatya Samriddhi. The empirical can be divided into two. Okay, but Chandrakirti is important. And in all probability, the intellectual climate in the where Shankaracharya operated must have been a climate of the Buddhist thinkers and others. So it must have been a response to that. The second phase of Chandrakirti might have absolute interpretation. Quite a few eminent names are associated with this phase, as well as some masterful studies, particularly those of the session scholar Theodore Shabowski. He was a scholar on Nagarjuna Madhyamika system in the 1920s and 30s. And he came from St. Petersburg University. And his central conception of Buddhism is very famous. And he has a Buddhist, there is another book, Buddhist Nirvana, where he was the father who invented the absolutic system of Nagarjuna, which Murthy must have inherited. Shabowski, who was convinced that Madhyamika was essentially a very sophisticated doctrine of monism, explicating transcendental or absolute existence. A more recent example of the type appears in T.R.V. Murthy's widely acclaimed study, The Central Philosophy of Buddhism. If Shabowski represents classical statement of the absolutist interpretation, then Murthy is certainly its Baroque. His Vedantic Kantian spectacles distort Madhyamika's message in a much more subtle and persuasive fashion than any nihilist interpretation ever could. And for that reason, have undoubtedly done great deal to prevent us from deepening our understanding of these texts. Once Nagarjuna and Chandrakirti are viewed, as Murthy suggests, we view them through the medium of Shankara's and Kant's epistemological presuppositions. We are immediately struck with all old philosophical problems, related arguments and counter-arguments, which will never lead beyond themselves in any way, Murthy hopes. Murthy places himself and his reader in the mainstream of philosophical debate, including the entire range of Vedantic philosophy and Vedantic vocabulary, which is consistently and very self-consciously avoided in early Indian Madhyamika texts. And Wittgenstein would say, Murthy is playing an altogether different language game, unquote. Another charge is against T.R. Murthy's construal of Madhyamika was dialectical development in Indian thought. Johannes Bronkhorst wrote a decade ago that the dialectic which T.R.B. Murthy brings in was influenced by Hegel's thought. He writes, I quote, the central philosophy of Buddhism makes no secret of the fact that its author had been profoundly influenced by the German philosopher Hegel. Murthy borrows a number of ideas from Hegel. Murthy borrows a number of key concepts from Hegel, unquote. But for Murthy, the outcome of dialectic is not synthesis, but prajna, which Bronkhorst censors. According to Bronkhorst, T.R.B. Murthy's thesis and antithesis paradigm forced him to invent two earlier philosophical positions in Indian philosophy to play the role of Hegel's thesis and antithesis. And he writes, I quote, in order to impose this modified Hegelian scheme on the history of Indian thought, Murthy obliged to depict Madhyamika as resulting from the conflict of two earlier philosophical positions. These earlier philosophical positions have to play the role of Hegel's thesis and antithesis. Broncos would suggest, unlike Murthy's take, the Madhyamika must have been a linear development within Buddhism and not as a dialectic development. I agree with this one. Because Indian philosophy, always there is a Purva Paksha. I am asked to wind up. There is always a Purva Paksha. I am closing my reading because it's a long thing. I wanted to read something what is happening today. There are always a Purva Paksha. But my understanding after studying Indian texts, it's not for the sake of refuting others, the Purva Paksha is presented. It's sharpen one's own thinking. And if you are going to tell me that, there is a Purva Paksha and it is being answered in the Uttara Paksha, oh, nahi. It is to situate ourselves. No thinking takes place in vacuum. Things, Indian philosophers, all are in context. And the text is in context. And we have to read the context, and that is the Purva Paksha. The prevalent modus operandi what is there in the intellectual philosophical climate of the place. So, a sharp thinker invents himself at the backdrop of this one, and he explains or she explains, and that is it. And let us, I am not going to the Hegelian because I agree. Before concluding, 5 minutes, it is unfair to cut shorten my time. 45 minutes ko 20 kar diya aapne. No. It's okay. And I would like to say that when you study Nagarjuna's most celebrated work is Madhyamika Karika, which runs into 27 chapters. And the first 15 chapters is all against the Buddhists themselves. It's not about anybody else. And it is all against the early Buddhist Abhidharmika system, which had a theory, metaphysical view of their own, though it is a anti-metaphysical, there is. And from chapter 16 to 27, he constructs his philosophy, and chapters 16 to 25 must be the core of his philosophical position. 26, 27, some scholars say late tradition, because there is a shift in Nagarjuna's understanding. Because he brings something positive in the last two chapters. I'm not going to that one. And when you read Nagarjuna very intimately, understand his texts, you will know, somebody said, Professor Deshpande was telling me, this bottle is real for me, that is truth for me. And I thought he is a Nagarjunayan Buddhist. Because for Nagarjuna, he is a realist. Truth is what it is making sense for you today. And for him, though he says, Nagarjuna will divide truth into two. Dve satye samupasratya buddhanam dharma deshana loka samvriddhi satyam cha paramartha. The entire Buddha's teaching can be divided into two truths. One is paramartha satya, the ultimate truth. Second is the empirical, phenomenal, conventional truth, which the only Buddhists will call as samvriddhi. Gaudapada uses the same word in his Manduka Karika, and it uses the samvriddhi. Okay, leave it there. So that truth is there. Then he says, Yerna yorna vijanandi vibhagam satyor doyoho te tattvam na vijanandi Gambhiram Buddha Shasale. Those who do not know the difference between these two truths, they do not know the deep significance of Buddha's teaching. And what is interesting is the next line he says, you cannot get liberated unless and until you live in this world. This world is real, this mortal is real, and that is truth. And what is Paramartha for him? Paramartha is not something like a nomenon. It's not a paramarthic like an ontological Brahman status. Paramartha is to understand this phenomenal, empirical, conventional world as this. That is Paramartha. Some understanding samvriddhi as samvriddhi. That is Paramartha. It is not another state or another nomenon thing in itself. No. It is, those he says, you know what he says, 24, that is the Arisatya Parisha, 24:10 I am reciting for you. Vyavahara manasritya paramartho na deshyate, paramartha managamya nirvanam na adhigamyate. Means, if you are not in this vyavahara, you can never understand what is paramartha. And if you do not understand, realize what is paramartha, you will never reach nirvana. Vyavahara manasritya paramartho na deshyate, paramartham anagamya nirvanam na adhigamyate. Then in 25th Nirvana Parisha, one more verse I will recite. He says, na sansarasya nirvanat kinchit asti kinchit tanik thoda sa bhi, little bit visheshna, not even a slight difference between samsara and nirvana. Na nirvana se sansarat kinchit asti visheshanam. So, our world, our philosophical discussions, our khana pina, our food which is at 1:30, all are wonderful things. And that is the most important. He is a realist and he is a wonderful philosopher. And I want to say something out of Wittgenstein and Kant, how we don't agree with the Wittgenstein paradigm of Nagarjuna understanding. That's okay. With these words I end. But we all salute Professor Deshpande for giving me this chance, because I am passionately with Nagarjuna. If you read Nagarjuna, you will fall in love with Nagarjuna.
Thank you, Sebastian. So we got a Nagarjuna here. Yeah, thanks for the very comprehensive and very dynamic presentation. And now I invite you, Dr. Apar Kumar. Yeah, please. And please keep in mind the time.
Well, I'll try.
Yeah, try to summarize in case it exceeds.
Okay. First of all, I'm very grateful to Professor Deshpande and Professor Navale for inviting me to present at this important occasion and at this August University. What I am going to do today is I have a sort of involved argument. And there are actually several sub-premises and premises in the paper. So I have not very much time. So I'm just going to read it out. And so if there are any clarificatory questions, I'd be happy to take them in the question and hour session. So, Kant says that some things have merely a market price, while other things are beyond all price. Whatever has a price has an equivalent and can be exchanged for another good that also has a price. Human inclinations and needs for Kant have a price. In contrast, the human being considered as, quote, a person, that is, as the subject of a morally practical reason, is exalted above any price, end of quote. Construed in this way, human persons, homo noumenon, are not valued merely as means to the ends of other persons or even for their own individual inclinations and needs. Instead, as ends in themselves, human persons are said to possess a dignity or, quote, absolute inner worth or value that allows them to measure themselves with every other being of this kind and value themselves on a footing equal with them, end of quote. Thus, in Kant's view, human persons have absolute value simply by virtue of being persons. That is, they have dignity that transcends all market price. Kant does not, however, adequately justify this view, providing neither a developed theory of persons nor a theory of value. Kant scholars have also somewhat insufficiently discussed the questions arising in this regard. So the question, what are the questions then? What is the basis for Kant's contention that persons have absolute value? Can this claim be justified from within Kant's moral framework? How do we understand the notions of person and value in this context? In this essay, I inquire into the conception of value presupposed in the claim that persons have absolute value. Specifically, I ask if persons as metaphysical entities can be considered mind-independently valuable in the Kantian system. So it's a kind of piece of moral metaphysics that I'm going to be doing, right? Because Kant himself doesn't talk about a lot of these things. Answering these questions, answering this particular question requires philosophical and textual reconstruction, since neither Kant nor his commentators directly address it. In this task of reconstruction, I take as my clue the existing debate on whether Kant is a value realist or a value constructivist. Both constructivists and realists take moral truths to be objective. However, the value constructivists view these truths as mind-dependent and not as part of the fabric of wholly mind or judgment-independent reality waiting out there to be discovered. The value realists, on the other hand, take Kant's moral philosophy to be a form of realism and view moral truths as mind-independently real. Entails that persons as metaphysical entities are also mind-independently valuable. If such an entailment relationship holds, then this should yield some insight into the sort of value attributable to Kantian persons. Right? So take the, basically, truth of the value realist position, and then see if the moral law, and then to see if the fact that the moral law is mind independently valuable entails that person system. Right. In what follows, I propose a potential value realist view of persons. Next, I justify the view that even if the moral law were mind independently valuable, it would not necessarily mean that persons as metaphysical entities are mind independently valuable. To make this case, I first show the plausibility of the claim that Kantian persons are mind dependent entities, and then I argue that the relationship between the moral law and persons need not be analytic, as a value realist might contend. So the mind-independent value of the moral law does not necessarily entail that value in the absolute value of persons is mind-independent value. So first I'm going to sort of construct this potential value realist notion of persons, and it's called the value realist view of persons, and I'm just going to call it VRVP. Just as kind of a short form, right? So value constructivists emphasize Kant's claim that the moral law is self-legislated. That is, we give ourselves the moral law, and on this basis argue that while the moral law is objectively valid for all human beings, it is nevertheless a construction of reason, and so a human creation. So basically, the moral law is a human creation, right? So for the constructivists, the moral law is valid for us because it interests us in some way. By contrast, for the value realist, we are interested in the moral law only because it is valid. So it's valid despite us, right? The value realist view in the existing literature can be glossed in terms of 5 propositions, right? So what is the value realist view, right? There are 5 propositions there. The moral, and I'm basically working with Patrick Kane and Karl Amrichs for the most part, also Langton. So what are these 5 propositions that characterize the value realist position? First proposition, the moral law is valid not merely for human beings, but for all rational beings. That is, it holds both for the non-human rational will and the divine will. Right. Proposition 2, the moral law is not exclusively internal, any more than the experience of compellingness of laws of logic reveal something internal. So the moral law, just the way logic, like logic, is not internal, right? It's out there in the nature of things. Proposition 3, human beings are legislators of a law in that they are the authors of obligation in accordance with the law, but they do not author or create the moral law. So we legislate the law but don't create it. Right? We're not the authors of it. Proposition 4, pure practical reason can determine the will both formally and efficiently. Formally by giving it the content of morality in accordance with the categorical imperative, and efficiently by making it freely choose to do an action in tandem with the categorical imperative. Right? While the individual will must choose to act in accordance with the moral law, this choice or self-legislation is not a condition of the validity or authority of the rules, that is the moral law themselves, or the moral laws in this case themselves. Right? The moral law is prior to any particular self-legislation of this law. It's in the nature of things. It's prior to any self-legislation of this particular moral law. And proposition 5, human beings are bound by the moral law even if they do not will it. Right? So even if they sort of, violate the moral law, they're still bound by it. And this is Kant's point, one of Kant's interesting points. So on the basis of these 5 propositions, we get the following picture of the value realist position. The moral law is valid for all rational beings, not merely human beings. The moral law is not internal to the human mind. We do not create the moral law, and this law is prior to all self-legislation of it, and we are bound by the moral law even if we violate it. In essence, the moral law is built into the nature of things and is metaphysically prior to and independent of the human mind. Right. Now, on the basis of this value realist view from the literature, I now sketch a potential value realist view of persons, VRVP. Although the value realists do not engage the question of whether persons are mind-independently valuable, there is at least one passage that provides a clue to how they might think about this issue. So how would the value realists think about persons? And I'm going to quote from Karl Emmerich, who says, quote, "The meaning of self in Kantian self-legislation is thus obviously tied to the nature or structure of reason itself, not to the self in any mere empirical or psychological or physical sense. The nature is not something completely abstract, because an empirical self can actually live or not live in fulfillment of the laws of pure practical reason, just as its theoretical epistemic acts can properly or improperly employ pure concepts that have a meaning that transcends merely empirical contexts." End of quote. So this was from Emmerich, right, the value realist. In this passage, if self means person, Emmerich could be taken to say that moral personhood is, quote, tied to the nature or structure of reason itself. Right? So the moral person for the value realist is tied to the structure of reason itself, right? This is the nature and structure of reason itself. Further, this nature is not completely abstract because it can relate to the empirical self that may or may not act morally, right? Now, Emmerich's claim requires further elaboration, in my view. How is moral personhood tied to the structure of reason? So how is moral personhood tied to the structure of reason? Here's one way, I think, in which the value realist could respond to this question. We have seen that, for the value realist, the moral law belongs to a mind-independent rational structure. Now, if the value realist could show that personhood relates analytically to the moral law, that is, if personhood is built into the moral law, analytically means built in. If the value realist could show that personhood relates analytically to the moral law, then personhood could be taken to be mind-independent because the moral law is mind-independent. So if personhood is built into moral law, since the moral law is mind-independent, the personhood must also be mind-independent. That would be the value realist position of personhood. Right? And then it follows from this that since the moral law is mind-independently valuable, persons could then also be considered mind-independently valuable. Right? So the value realist could support such an analytic relationship between persons, the moral law, and reason from within the Kantian system as follows. So they're not just making it up, right? This is something that they can actually root in a certain set of passages within the Kantian system. So for Kant, the moral law is part of the structure of reason. So the moral law must be mind-independently built into the nature of things, since reason is mind-independently built into the nature of things. But if the moral law is mind-independent, then the value realist could contend that personhood must also be mind-independent. This is because if, as Kant says, the moral law prescribes rules of permissibility to a rational nature, then the rational nature must be unified. It must be a unified entity to be able to receive those rules. right? Because abiding rules cannot be prescribed to something without a thoroughgoing and necessary identity. So you have to have a unified self for the moral law to prescribe anything to you, right? And of course, self here is just personhood, although that itself is a huge problem, but here I'm taking it as synonymous. Since in Kantian ethics, this rational entity is the person, one could argue that the moral law is intrinsically directed to personhood, and so personhood must be built into the moral law in some way. Further, since the moral law is built into reason, personhood must also then be built into the structure of reason. Therefore, the moral law and personhood can be seen to belong to one overall structure, that of reason, which is mind independently built into the nature of things. And if the moral law is mind independently valuable, then personhood must also be mind independently valuable. Let us call this view the value realist view of persons, or VRVP. Right. I will now argue that even if we accept the value realism view, even if we accept the value realist view is true, it does not follow that persons as metaphysical entities are mind independently valuable. So at least VRVP is not necessarily true, right? I provide two premises for this claim that I wish to make, right? So premise one, I show that if personhood is construed as the capacity for morality, right, as Kant does, at least in some passages, and capacity is understood in mental rather than mind-independent terms, then contra VRVP, personhood as a metaphysical entity need not be considered mind-independent, but mind-dependent, that is, as a feature of the mind. So personhood can be thought potentially from within the Kantian system as something that is a feature of mind. It's mental, not something that's out there in the nature of things. Some passages, of course, attest to the claim that Kant takes the capacity for morality to be the essential feature of personhood. First passage, Kant says that a human being should preserve his life, quote, simply by virtue of his quality as a person, end of quote. This is because taking one's own life means, quote, annihilating the subject of morality in one's own person and thus rooting out the existence of morality itself from the world, end of quote. Such actions, quote, debase humanity in one's person, homo noumenon, to which the human being, homo phenomenon, was nevertheless entrusted for preservation, end of quote. In this passage, the quality of personhood does not refer to actual acts of morality, but to the capacity for morality, because the self-destruction of persons, suicide, precludes the actualization of the capacity for morality. Passage 2, to show that, personhood is capacity for morality. For Kant, persons retain the quality of personhood. This is a really famous passage in the literature. For Kant, persons retain the quality of personhood irrespective of whether they perform moral or immoral actions. He says, quote, I cannot deny all respect even to the immoral person as a human being. At least the respect owed to him in the quality of his person cannot be taken away, even if he does make himself unworthy of it through his action. End of quote. Here again, the mark of personhood is the capacity to perform moral actions rather than the actual performance of moral or immoral actions. If the capacity for morality forms the essential quality of Kantian persons, and if capacity is plausibly construed as intrinsically mental, personhood could be considered mind dependent, and the absolute value of persons could be entirely mind related or grounded in the link between persons and the mind independently valuable moral law. Such a view could contradict the VRVP contention that both the moral law and personhood are mind independently valuable. Now, in this, the view that the possibility that I've just sketched, one could object to this in the following way. It could be said that if persons gain absolute value owing to their capacity for morality, that is the capacity to actualize the moral law, and if mind independently valuable moral law determines all value, which is something that Kant says in the groundwork, then this fit between personhood and moral law should allow us to consider persons as mind independently valuable. So there's a kind of fit between moral law and personhood, and therefore it should be considered mind independently valuable. However, in this claim, the consequent does not follow the antecedent. even if the moral law determines all value, the association between persons and the moral law need not mean that persons as metaphysical entities are mind independent for the following reason. Right? So I'm going to give you a reason why. Even if there is a kind of a combination between moral law and personhood, that doesn't mean that personhood persons as metaphysical entities are mind independent. Suppose a box can be filled with gold and gold has value. In this instance, the box need not be attributed value as a metaphysical entity if the gold could be dissociated from the box, e.g. stored in sacks instead of boxes. In other words, the box in itself need have no value even though it has the capacity to store something of value. So the box itself doesn't have value even though it does have the capacity to store something gold that is of value. Similarly, the fact that persons have a capacity for morality, that is, they can potentially associate with the mind independently valuable moral law, does not necessarily make them mind independently valuable. And so, as metaphysical entities, Kantian persons could be mind dependent or mental entities with, as Kant says, absolute but not mind independent value. Hence, the value of persons need not be mind independent, even if the moral law is mind independently valuable. Now, premise 2. I might take 3 or 4 minutes more because, right? So, I'm almost done. This is the last part of my talk. So, premise 2, for why it's not necessary that, personhood has to be, even if we accept the value realist position, it's not necessary that it has to be, personhood has to be mind independently valuable. According to VRVP, personhood is analytically built into the moral law, and the moral law is analytically built into the structure of reason. And this whole rational structure can be attributed mind-independent reality. But some passages in Kant's texts may speak against the claim that personhood analytically relates to the moral law, right? And there are 3 passages that I'm going to cite. Right? So basically, Kant can be shown to think that personhood does not relate analytically to the moral law. First passage is from the second critique, where he says that categories have merely a practical reality. The second passage is from the groundwork, where he says that the goal of nature is the creation of a good will. And the third passage is again from the second critique, where he says the consciousness of the moral law requires attention. Right? So on the basis of these passages, one could argue that persons need not be considered mind-independently valuable by virtue of analytically belonging to the mind-independent rational structure. Right? This then opens up the possibility that the absolute value of persons may be solely mind-dependent, or that persons as mind-dependent entities acquire mind-independent absolute value due to their association with the mind-independently valuable moral law. So passage 1, right, from the second critique. Kant says that the noumenal concept of freedom has, quote, practical reality which can be specified, end of quote. Right? Although the concept of noumenal causality is theoretically empty, that is, it cannot be given as a spatio-temporal intuition, it is, quote, given significance in the moral law and consequently in its practical reference, end of quote. Thus, it has, quote, real application which is exhibited in concreto in dispositions or maxims, that is, it has practical reality which can be specified, end of quote. Further, the, quote, objective reality of the pure concept of the understanding causality in the field of the supersensible, once introduced, gives all the other categories objective reality as well, right? Though only insofar as they stand in necessary connection with the determining ground of the pure will, the moral law, end of quote. So in sum, in Kant's view, the moral law makes possible the objective or practical reality of noumenal causality, which in turn enables the objective or practical reality of the other categories. So apart from the other categories, pure categories, apart from the category of causality. So on VRVP, the mind-independent structure of reason analytically includes the moral law and personhood. Since the categories are purely rational, the categories should also be included in this particular structure, right? Now, if the moral law and the categories are analytically belong to the structure of reason, then neither need to be prior to the other. So if they're both analytically together, why should one be prior to the other, right? But Kant says that the moral law provides the categories with a practical reality, and to this extent, it can be considered prior to the categories. If the moral law is prior to the categories, if only practically, then it is at least possible that the categories belong to the mind-dependent unity of persons in the Kantian system, even as the moral law is mind-independent. Right? Passage 2 from the groundwork, again a very famous passage. According to Kant, if nature wanted us to be happy, it would have given us a natural instinct for it. That's what he says. If he wanted us to be happy, if nature wanted us to be happy, it should have given us a natural instinct for it. Because reason cannot guarantee happiness. Right? Nature has been purposive in distributing predispositions, and since we have been allocated reason as a practical ability that can, quote, influence the will, the true, quote, rational determination of the will would involve, quote, producing a will that is good in itself, end of quote. Right? So the goal of nature is to produce a will that is good in itself. So the good will is the purpose of nature, and its achievement through the cultivation of reason is entirely in tandem with nature. Right? If the goal of nature is creation of a good will, and since on VRVP, the moral law and personhood are mind-independent and built into the nature of things, one could argue that nature's purpose, goodwill, is part of the VRVP algorithm. That is, reason, moral law, personhood, and nature's purpose all belong to a single mind-independent reality or structure. Right? Just 2 more minutes, yeah? Okay, I'll just finish this and I'll finish. The problem with this picture is that even if it is correct, it is unclear how this algorithm might account for Kant's claim that persons give themselves the moral law. For even if the algorithm holds, persons may or may not self-legislate the moral law. This is because, as Kant admits, humans do not always choose moral rational maxims over sensory inclination. Now, if the self-legislation is not also built into the VRVP algorithm, and if this was to be true, it would require an argument. And even if the moral law and the structure of personhood are part of the VRVP algorithm, persons as metaphysical entities could still be mind-dependent and not included in the VRVP algorithm. This is because on VRVP, the moral law logically contains the rational structure of personhood. But persons as spatio-temporal entities combining reason and sensory inclination, and as such, so persons are not just, so on VRVP, the moral law logically contains the rational structure of personhood, but persons are also spatio-temporal entities combining reason and sensory inclination, and as such, could be mind-dependent and metaphysically distinct from the VRVP algorithm. Now, I don't have time now for the third passage, so I'll conclude. I have argued that even if we assume that the moral law is mind-independently valuable, this does not necessarily mean that persons are mind-independently valuable in Kant's moral system. Resolving the question, of course, whether persons have mind-independent value would require exploring the relationship between consciousness, reason, moral law, and nature's purposiveness in Kant's moral philosophy. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Apar. It was a pleasure listening to both of you, but I was doing this unpleasant job of reminding both the speakers about the time. I'm very sorry about it. Apologize for that, but that was a constraint. Yeah, now it is open to discussion, questions. Very quick. Yeah, please. You have a mic?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
I have 2 questions. The first is, how do you factor in, the way you set up the problem in terms of mind independence versus mind dependent? How does, it's a very simple question, how does Kant's own sort of Copernican revolution figure into this, right? I mean, where the whole transcendental turn in Kant would seem to suggest that ultimately these are just conditions of possibility of all possible experience. And beyond that, we can say nothing. And if we just extend that from the first critique to the moral realm, then he does leave space for a supersensible domain and so on, but we can't really say anything. It just has a kind of regulative function. So that's one. And the second is, this idea of personhood and as ends in themselves, persons as ends in themselves, or any creature capable of autonomy being an end in itself. How does this square with Kant's support for capital punishment? So how does he kind of bring these two thoughts together?
Okay, so let me respond to the first question. So this bit about the Copernican revolution, the subject constitutes the object, is actually a premise for the constructivist argument, right? But the reason why there's a debate is because there is the Copernican revolution, but at the same time Kant says that ultimately the moral law is constitutive, right? The practical reason is, the moral law that's to be derived from practical reason is constitutive. What is regulative are the postulates, right? First point, right? Having said that, he says on various occasions, he sort of talks about how the noumenal self often can, so when you think of the transcendental self and the empirical self, the noumenal self somehow participates in that. Right? This is an old metaphysical interpretation of Kant by someone like Heinz Heimsuth, right? Personality and the thing in itself. The idea there is that, there are many passages in which Kant thinks that the noumenal self somehow is there. This is, it's not new within Kant scholarship, because there's a whole distinction between the epistemological Kant interpretation and which doesn't really take the noumenon, seriously. On the other hand, you have the metaphysical interpretation where there is something like the noumenon, right? And so those passages are the passages that the value realists sort of latch onto. And they sort of actually, I have to make this case. In the larger version, I will make this case. They actually combine this bit about, moral law being constitutive and the vacillation that Kant shows in relation to the noumenal self. So there's a way, and because there's an ambiguity, there's a way of combining the two. And that's exactly what Ambriks do. That's where Ambriks lives. And so he thinks that if you can sort of make that argument, then, the Copernican revolution is, of course, fine as far as theoretical knowledge is concerned, but it's not fine when it comes to morality, right? When it comes to practical affairs, right? Or practical reason. That's one thing. Second question is, it's actually, I have another paper on it, actually two different papers on it. There's this question. So dignity is something that I've been working on for a while, and there's this problem with this notion of dignity. Lots of people, like Samuel Kirstein, for instance, has pointed to this, that, for instance, one of his examples is, someone's going to wants to shoot to kill me. Should I, if I kill that person, it seems that I'm violating their dignity, treating them as not ends in themselves, but, I have to do that, right? I have to do that in self-defense or I'm going to die. So how do you handle these kinds of problematic cases? And capital punishment is, of course, would be something like that. And in one of the other papers that, I argue that capital punishment and this particular example are sort of analogous. And then there is a way in which Kant can respond. Again, with the couple of things that I talked about when I talked about the persons as quality, right? And that you have to sort of treat persons, even if they're sort of bad, if they're immoral, you still have to, respect the quality of them as persons. So yeah, it's a much longer argument there. But it's a valid question, a larger question about Kant's notion of dignity. So thanks.
Okay, I'll take one more question. Yeah, sorry about it. Yeah, please. Can you use the mic? They are capturing.
Bring in the concerns raised by practical ethicists with respect to personhood. Issues like abortion and so on.
Issues like?
Abortion. When does the personhood begin? Which seems to be the major concern for these practitioners, right? Now, if the thesis of constructivism of personhood is true, and if it is valid, how does then one respond to that kind of practical ethical issues? When does it begin? Is it entirely up to us to construct it sort of, at what point are you going to sort of, really, what's the agreement point? When does it really begin? And if that has to be answered, how does a constructivist would, would respond to that? How does it respond?
Well, the short answer to that is, look, who are the key constructivists one is dealing with here? Rawls and Coast Guard. These are proceduralists, right? So that you basically, reason has to be a particular sort of procedure, and that, of course, will ultimately lead you to, answer to any kind of practical application-based question that you want. But so that's one, general answer to this, somewhat general question. But in relation to my paper, just so your question helps me locate my paper, right? And the location is the following. Until you figure out the metaphysical status of personhood, how do you think about issues like abortion? And what I've offered today is a very small part of that very large project, right? And what I've actually offered is not even a positive conception of personhood, even within Kant. What I've offered is a kind of negative, or at least one plausible way of thinking about personhood, right, would be to think of it as mental entities, right? Or is it something that is, capacity, mental capacity, rather than something that's already built into the nature of things, right? And that's, so what I've done is today sort of, laid, hopefully, in the positive sense, I've laid a groundwork for a kind of debate around these issues, and then offered a negative argument, right? I've said, look, this notion of personhood, it's not obvious that it has to be mind independent, and that's something that I actually think that the value realist needs for his larger position to be consistent, right? So I hope, I can't give you, a theory of abortion here, but I hope that sort of at least locates my endeavor here.
Yeah, okay. I think we'll wind up here. I'm sure that there are some more questions. Probably we can carry it outside for more informal interaction. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. Now we'll wind up. Probably this is the last academic section, so you can make the announcements. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the chairperson, Professor Sri Kumar, and the two speakers, Professor Sebastian and Dr. Apar, for making this session more engaging, and I'm so sure that this session would continue its discussion in the lunch also. So thank you so much to all three of you, and I hope that everybody, I'll just go to the next announcement, that is, we'll be immediately moving to lunch. The lunch time will be from... So the lunch time will be up till 2:30, and immediately at 2:30 we'll be coming here and beginning our feedback session, where we request at least 3 speakers will come up and give their feedbacks for this 2-day convivium that we have organized, and also suggestions are expected. Apart from that, we also have this valedictory session. So this feedback session will continue till 2:30 to 3 p.m. From 3 p.m. we are beginning our valedictory session. So I request all of you to please join us for these next 2 sessions. And before we go for lunch, I request, like yesterday, the speakers and the faculties will go ahead, and post that the students will join for the lunch session. Thank you so much, all of you. Just the beginning. It's just for the sake of beginning the session early. That's why, sir.
Friends, we are coming to the last session, that is a valedictory session. I request everyone to be seated on their respective chairs.
Requesting participants to please be
I
quiet.
invite Professor Sanil to be on
Students,
dais.
please be quiet and seated
I
in your
invite
place.
Vice Chancellor of Presidency University, Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakravarti, to be on the dais.
Please.
I request Professor Sharad Deshpande to take the chair. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome to all for this valedictory session. From yesterday till today afternoon, we have been discussing various topics in the area of philosophy. We have invited scholars from very eminent places, and they came with their own ongoing work. We asked them that we are not keeping any special theme as such, but you should share what are you doing currently in your research, because that has been the nature of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. Here we are celebrating the 50 years of Indian Philosophical Quarterly, and all through the Indian Philosophical Quarterly never had a theme as such. Whatever articles we received, we published them based upon the peer review. So we also kept the similar kind of a format of this seminar. Actually, there is a very wonderful story. See how things are happening in Savitribai Phule Pune University. Couple of weeks ago, I think in last, 2 months before, we had organized one very special lecture of Professor Bhushan Patwardhan. He recently published a very wonderful book, Genome to Om. And on that, it is very becoming very popular, and a lot of intellectual minds are getting attracted toward that book. So we thought that why shouldn't we have one direct discussion session by him only. So we organized that his special lecture in our department, where our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Gosavi sir, was also present. And there I expressed one requirement that our journal is completing 50 years. So we would like to organize one very good seminar where we'll be able to invite good people to share their philosophical thoughts. And today we are organizing it. Today it is happening. We sent a special note on the seminar, and our Vice Chancellor has generously agreed immediately upon it, and he has given a consent to go ahead, and in 2 months only, we are able to organize this very wonderful function. Sir, quickly, I would like to introduce by their names the guests that we have invited, and they took time all the way to come here and share their thoughts. First, I would like to introduce Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakravarti, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Presidency University, Kolkata, who have taken all the efforts to come here. Then Professor V. Sanil, he is from the Department of Humanities, Social Sciences, IIT Delhi. Professor Nishat Patnaik from Department of Philosophy, IIIT. Then Srijit KK, who is in the Department of Philosophy, Vidyasagar University. Bhaskarjit Niyog, Professor Bhaskarjit Niyog is from Center of Philosophy, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Then we have invited Manoj Kumar Panda from the Department of Philosophy, Presidency University, Kolkata. Nilanjan Bhaumik, Professor Nilanjan Bhaumik was also here, Department of Philosophy, Delhi University. N. Shrikumar also came here from Department of Humanities and Social Sciences from IIT Chennai. Professor Abhishek Naubag came all the way from Jadavpur University, Calcutta. So these are the Apar Kumar came from schools of Arts, Social Sciences, Ahmedabad University, Ahmedabad. Professor C.D. Sebastian come from IIT Mumbai, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. So these are the experts, scholars who have come here all the way and shared their research, which became very wonderful kind of a communication. Actually, we floated the idea of convivium, which is similar to the seminar, but this convivium has a special feature where philosophers or thinkers sit across the table and then they share and exchange their thoughts. Therefore, we selected this particular venue. Earlier venue was Dhaneshwar Sabhagraha, but it was not suitable for convivium. So we decided to sit across the table and discuss the ideas of philosophy. So we have done enough deliberation in these 2 days. So hope in future we'll continue this legacy. Actually, I would like to say to the audience that you all know what IPQ is. Professor Deshpande has given you the entire history, how IPQ has reincarnated in the Department of Philosophy. His previous avatar was Philosophical Quarterly in Ammalner Indian Institute of Philosophy. But today, we are facing some challenges to run the Indian Philosophical Quarterly. So you all scholars are comparatively younger. So I would appeal in this gathering that please encourage your students, please encourage your colleagues to send their articles, and because we are facing the problem of good articles also. We require good articles so that we can continue the legacy of high quality journal. This journal is also in the list of UGC care list, and it is continuously publishing very high quality articles. So we do it one single blind review, and the process of single blind review should also be speed up. So we need more reviewer on our review panel. So I appeal the gathering that please suggest name. You can also come as a volunteer to this work, because this is not a work that can be done by a single department. We require the entire community of philosophy to share their efforts so that we can again uphold this very wonderful journal. I would like to, in the inaugural session also I shared that, but here in front of Professor Bhushan Patwardhan and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, I would like to share that we are taking it online. We are developing online journal management system with our EduTech software development company, which is our in-house company. So online avatar will be coming very soon. So the subscription of the journal, the submission of the articles, review of the articles, everything will be speed up, and the subscription will also be increased. That is our idea of making it online. We are also digitizing the remaining articles. Many of the articles have already been digitized by Professor Deshpande when he was the HOD, and the remaining article will be digitized and put on our university website. So with that brief introduction, now I would like to ask our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate our chief guest today, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan.
It's very appropriate that he is here at this valedictory function, because this is a function of Indian Philosophical Quarterly, a journal. So nobody better than him would have been here for this valedictory function.
Yes, the reason behind inviting him is what Professor Deshpande has told you, is that he is the reformer of journal culture in India, in a way, because you see that for the UGC made it mandatory for careers advancements, you should publish certain amount of papers, and after that immediately there is a shoot up of so many predatory journals and so many other wrong activities. So when he became vice chairman of UGC, after that he has taken a lot of efforts to regularize the entire system, and the entire India got benefited out of that. So thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Now I would like to open the floor for sharing your opinion, maybe a feedback of this 1.5 day. So yeah, Govind is our student. He's doing MA in philosophy.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to thank you, everyone, especially the University of Savitribai Phule Pune University and the Department of Philosophy for organizing this 2-day seminar. It was quite intensive in terms of its knowledge and the help that was put in by the IPQ, Dr. Sunil as well, and all the associated professors of our department, along with all the students, both PhD and MA students, that worked tirelessly day and night to help in getting this going. The other thing too is that the guest list that you have invited, they were very knowledgeable, and having senior professors from before coming and endorsing it is great, and having the university administration also supporting it was very great. One of the things that came about is that the knowledge base that you have provided us is actually, I want to say, philosophy in action. We actually saw you present, and we saw how you debated in live action. Right? At one point, I started to get a bit worried whether I should intervene if there were any fights, but there weren't any, so that was good. One of the things with the IPQ is that, as other professors have said, is that IPQ creates an avenue for us to share information in a formal way. And I really appreciate when Professor Novella said that it's going to get digitized. It's already started. And in fact, right now, for those that have missed the sessions, they can go on YouTube and actually access the information, which is very great. Personally, coming from the West, I tried to research SPPU, and especially the philosophy department, and there were very few references to it. So this is a great thing. In the West, India is known as digital India. India has always promoted itself as digital India, so this is a great example of where we're going. So one of the things also is that we also like to welcome the associated colleges that came and their respective heads of departments. That was very great for us as well, because it was able to allow us to share. One thing though is that this is Oxford of the East, right? And these sort of seminars will create Oxford of the East to be great again. So thank you very much.
Yeah, now I would like to invite my friend Dr. Mohan Parsain to express his opinion about, come here. He is alumni of our department, and he is now in the parliament after doing his MA and PhD in philosophy.
Respected Vice Chancellor, sir, Vice Chancellor from University of Pune, and respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Chakravarti, sir, Professor Deshpande, Professor Sanil, and Bhushan Pratadhan, sir. It has always been a great honor to be with Professor Deshpande, sir. And जैसे कहते हैं कि सानिध्य मात्र, his सानिध्य मात्र has been useful for me whenever I try to do any kind of philosophy or try to write something. I call him, and simply he will not be telling me exactly on the subject, but he will say something which will spark in me the effort that is required for the particular job that I am underdoing. And the best part of my visit to Pune this time was to visit my department after 24 years, and to get the opportunity to meet people and philosophers from around the country and get inspiration from their talks. And I was working on Indian philosophy of law, and I was expecting that I will get something exactly on the subject, though the discussions mostly were not on the subject, but they have given me the hint how I should proceed about it. And I have this was my biggest takeaway from this conference. And as it was planned, it was intended, as Sir said yesterday, that it was intended to be a love affair, though it ended up as a arranged marriage. But finally, in the discussion sessions, it was as if love affair after an arranged marriage. So the objective of the convivium was also fulfilled in a way. So This is what I observed and felt in these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohan. We will continue this love affair henceforth also. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Radhika Patwardhan, who was in the Department of Philosophy, did her PhD, and now Vice Principal of Ferguson College.
Thank you, Harish. All the respected dignitaries on the dais and all the scholars and distinguished speakers who have come here from all over India, and my student friends. So, since I read this invitation for the first time, I was wondering what does this word convivium mean, and I looked it up in the dictionary, and it was interesting to see that it meant a bouquet or a gathering. So, a gathering is what every seminar or a conference is, definitely. But I loved the fact that it meant a bouquet, because in a bouquet there are there can be flowers and leaves of different kinds that can be put together, and yet there may be some semblance and there may be something that may, look very beautiful. So one thing that I liked about this was, I don't know whether it was intended, but I think it was, that there was no particular theme as such for all of these deliberations. Sometimes what happens is thematic conferences and seminars have only a certain kind of audience. That did not happen, have only a certain kind of speakers, or that too did not happen, and I could see a great variety in thought. Of course, the variety in scholarship definitely was there. So I loved how it progressed and how, every speaker put forth their views. There was discussion, and the proceedings were flawless as far as the organization and the arrangement went. So I congratulate the Department of Philosophy, the head of the department, and all the faculty members and the non-teaching staff, as well as the student volunteers. However, I, being also a friend of Dr. Harish, cannot stop myself from making a comment here that I am kind of uncomfortable and disturbed by the kind of gender representation that has happened here in the speakers. To give all benefit of doubt to my friend Harish, I'm sure the department did contact, women philosophers from all over India. Probably they could not make it due to their engagements or anything of that sort. But I'm sure the next time the department organizes something, they will, make an effort to ensure that there is the other gender also represented here very well. So other than that, I really had a very good time interacting with everybody here, and I thank you all for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Radhika. We are planning actually exclusively women seminar with the woman philosopher. Thank you very much for your feedback. Now I would like to invite Professor Nishad Patnaik to share his views.
Thank you. It was a wonderful experience. It's my first visit to this beautiful campus. And I had heard about the university, of course, as a kind of center for philosophy, one of the main centers of philosophy in India. So it was wonderful to be here in person and get to know some of the people behind that whole phase, and also see what's going on and be part of this wonderful seminar, get to know a little bit about the history of the place. So all in all, it was a wonderful experience for me. And I must say the papers were all very high quality. The discussion was great. So no complaints there. Since this is about giving a little bit of feedback, the views expressed about the gender representation struck all of us actually, not just, so yeah, that should be taken into account in the future, and I'm sure it will be. And secondly, I would just say that just in terms of organization, I wish there was a little more time given for discussion and so that the students could also get into it. Of course, many of you asked questions, but it would have been, because, you know, we keep seeing each other in various places and so forth. So my asking questions doesn't really, and I can talk to them, you know, outside this setting also. So it's really a chance for students to, who are working on various projects and who might have questions and so on, to really get to know people who are working in this area for a while, right? So it would have been nice to have more, and that's what a convivium is. So I don't think we could fully realize the concept of a convivium here, but it was a great effort towards that. So little better time management would have been good, because some of those sessions in the morning, I know I took more time than some other people could get later on, because they were more rushed in the afternoon, you know. So, and they had great papers, and they could have really had a great discussion around that. So maybe just organize it in a way where everyone gets an equal amount of time and there's enough time for discussion. So that would be my only two suggestions for future events like this. Otherwise, personally for me, it was a wonderful experience. Thanks a lot for having me.
Thank you, Professor Nishad. We'll definitely take care of equality of time and equality of gender both henceforth. Thank you. Now I would request Professor Sebastian to share your opinion. He was present in a very few time, but from him also we would like to know what he thinks.
Thank you, Professor Harish Navale, Professor Deshpande, Professor Chakravarti, Professor Patwardhan, Professor Gosavi, sorry, Professor Sunil. I was named for the inaugural, so I am sorry, I beg pardon, Professor Gosavi. I am very happy that I could come here for this, at least for one day. I extend my gratitude to Professor Deshpande and Harish. I would like to say only one thing. That is about the journal. India's first philosophical journal came from Amalner in 1918. And the happy holy memory of Amalner and the philosophical quarterly of Amalner got resurrected 50 years ago in the Department of Philosophy, Pune University. So this is not 50 years of Golden Jubilee, it's more than a centenary now, more than 100 years of our philosophical quarterly. This is the first philosophical quarterly we had in India and we have in India. JICPR came after that. So my request to the department and the Honorable Vice Chancellor would be at least, whatever we write and publish that remains for the future. Children will die, but our brain children will never die. So our journal should be given primary importance as the flagship program of the department. And this is the journal where our experts in Indian philosophy wrote. And if you take the past issues, you will see right from Professor Balinge, our luminaries, our great past masters all wrote in this journal. So I would appreciate and I would recommend and suggest to the administration that please pay much attention to this journal. If it goes out, then you don't have anything else. So Professor Vice Chancellor, please pay special attention. This is the journal which is indexed in the American Philosophy Index, mind you. And this is JICPR, the best journal as of now in India is JICPR. That is not indexed. So we stand in a place where a temple or the place of worship of intellectual enterprise was appreciated. And that is real Vidya, and that is real knowledge. And if that is not there, then nothing is there. So I exhort that, this journal should be given primary importance so that whatever our future generation will write present generation will write, that is remaining with us for posterity. Thank you so much, and this is my word of appreciation.
Thank you very much, Professor Sebastian. You really thrown light on the crux of the matter that, yes, we really want to take care of journal even after 50 years because, as you mentioned, that this is one of the oldest and having a best quality journal. And I would like to tell you that our administration and Honorable Vice Chancellor is also really keen about it. Recently, they have given us, allotted us an entire floor in Jaikar Library in new building, where we'll be setting a library, separate library for Indian Philosophical Quarterly. There will be very good cabins for editors to sit and discuss and do review work and all that. So they are definitely taking care of it. This financial year, they have increased budget also, little bit, not much. So slowly things will grow. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Professor V. Sanil, IIT Delhi, to share concluding remarks. Thank you.
Dear dignitaries and friends, and thank you, the university, the philosophy department, Professor Harish and Professor Deshpande for having all of us here and for this 2 days of really engaging discussion. So after this, so many wonderful papers to say something as concluding, that's what I've been told I should say something as remark will be both stupid, sad, and brutal. Right, that's what. So, but then Professor Deshpande said I could say something about what was convivium. We are into a convivium, and how do we see this as a convivium? And I was part of this convivium project, which was more than 10, 15 years old. And for me, what's the idea about convivium then was, see, university always imposes uniformity and mediocrity into us. It wants it to diurnals, indexes, want to make us all like something. And in physics, it's okay, because though there are geniuses like Einstein, that practice is not geared towards geniuses. But in philosophy, we still have we are waiting for a great mind, right? So we are experimenting with modalities, seminar mode, convivium, so that each of us have a chance to attempt to be great. We will not be, but we still want great voices to come up. So we need to keep questioning this university, all kinds of rituals to, do this. And I remember when I came to philosophy, I was very shocked to realize that in philosophy there are these divisions between analytical tradition, continental tradition, and Indian tradition. As somebody who read philosophy outside the philosophy department, it didn't make any sense to me. For me, the convivium then was a great home because there are great people from all around the world came, and they were all excellent in whatever tradition, but not even once anything was discussed because it belonged to some tradition, right? And there people lived together without the compulsion to talk, right? The whole idea was convivium was to just live together for a week, but with no compulsion to talk. In fact, it's strange. We think that philosophy is debate. We all bring our finite perspectives through debates. We have to come to a consensus. But we had this great minds living together where nobody was arguing, debating, trying to get at this final truth or everyone. Everybody was welcoming the other so that, the other can think in the comfort and sort of reassurance. And another thing, I was wondering then when first time that I was meeting some of these leading thinkers, I was wondering what are they responding to? What is their issue, right? And see, we all respond to contemporary situation in our journal academic tradition. What's the real problem? But what I noticed them was none of them were actually, they were all publishing in the great journals, but they were not responding to that, right? So we have this, tradition. Kant was responding to what's happening in Newtonian physics, in geometry, in French Revolution, right? And for example, in India, we had this K.C. Bhattacharya's Swarajin idea where he was both good in Western philosophy, Indian philosophy, but he found out that his contemporary philosophy is dead, right? So there's an acute feeling of this present, right? And one thing which everywhere, there was an acute sensitivity to present, but it's not in our comfortable university, situation. Now, maybe it's not very important for us to respond to our present, right? I remember just 2 weeks back, I was at the Kumbh Mela, and I saw crores of people. And one thing we realized that present just didn't concern them, right? In the civilization, there's a mode of existence where present is nonsense, it's filthy, it is crowdy, but they were not there, nor were there somebody else. So I think it is something which we should constantly now try and what are we responding when we talk about various technical issues, what are we really responding to? And another sort of inspiring thing because see, we all, when I entered philosophy, we are all under one condition called linguistic turn. That was our current situation in philosophy was linguistic turn. And that is not to say that language is important. It is to say that we cannot think about reality independent of our relationship with the reality. Right? That is the predicament. And we can't relate to reality independent of. And that relationship can be language, it can be embodiment, it can be culture, it can be historicity, it can be language, whatever it is. And I think what I saw them was there was far more immediacy in philosophy than that. We could cut across this and see language is important, we have discussed dialogue is important, but that philosophical dialogue, as Professor Chakravarti told us, it was a very sacred and responsible thing. It's not like, we will all talk the truth, we will respect each other and we will talk sincerely. This is the presuppositions of everyday communication. That is what not the communication at the convivium. The communication at the convivium is, suppose if you go to see they are living together, in your department, somebody asks you, how are you? Do you ever talk the truth? Imagine I stop the person and say, oh, really, the truth is my life is in a total mess. There are these people. No. You just have to tell a lie saying that, oh, it's fine, right? That invitation is, let us live together and do important things. This talking has to be placed there. Like, there's no compulsion for you to talk. That most effective mode of communication where asked, how are you? I say, I'm fine. It is to limit communication and say that, look, let's get on with life together, right? So I think for me, that was what, in fact, yesterday we were listening to Professor Chakravarti's talk at Bhandarkar Institute where he defined the Indianness of Indian knowledge system is a certain attentiveness to moksha, right? For me, it is then when the moksha in the convivium was that we were not pushed into this linguistic turn, this constant idea that we need to worry about my relationship to reality. It's only based on that I can access reality, and I will be throttled to speak just because I am a philosopher. You have to debate, discuss all the time, right? So philosophy is much more quieter and sacred practice. That's what living together with other philosophers. I am sure even though we debated, talked and all that, we did live together, and we all received certain assurance for continuing to do our work in the vicinity of other good friends. So thank you for this occasion.
Thank you, Professor Shanil, for sharing your very wonderful, insightful concluding remark. Actually, we have discussed this, but since Honorable Vice Chancellor is there, so I would like to repeat quickly that, sir, our department was started along with the establishment of the university, and I would like to tell the audience that our university has completed 75 years of its existence, and after every 25 years, we are writing a history. First 25 years, the history was written by V.H. Gode, who was the longest serving, I think, registrar of this university. And for this last 25 years also, we have constituted a committee for writing a history of Pune University. So I was invited to one of the meetings, and there I happened to see the history of first 25 years of Savitribai Phule Pune University, written by V.H. Gode, and there I find 4 pages written on Department of Philosophy, and I'm sure that has been given by Professor Surendra Barlinge. So there, the entire history was written like when department constituted and how many people were appointed. So there was the mention of the name of Professor Deshpande, that he started taking responsibility immediately after his MA, responsibilities of the department in 1972. And I showed him that your name is written there in the first 25 years of the history. So, and the Indian Philosophical Quarterly was established and started in October 1973. So he knows the development of Indian Philosophical Quarterly right even before from its inception. So in the inaugural session, he has shared the entire history, but I would request Professor Deshpande to quickly give the bits of the history and share your opinion about the convivium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Harish. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Gosavi, my esteemed friend, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, my another esteemed friend, Nirmalya Chakravarti, and my another esteemed friend, Sunil. I am so very happy. First, I'll begin with myself. I am so very happy for having met the best minds in philosophy at present. These 10 or 12 participants that we have, Mr. Vice Chancellor, they are the best minds in philosophy. Many of them are from IITs, from triple IIT, from best of the best universities, like Ahmedabad University, like Presidency University. So here is the gathering of these people. Now, the idea of convivium, actually I have said this in the beginning. Convivium is meeting of minds. And this is in my letter to these invitees, I have said, you don't come with any prior presentation. You just come and you share with us what are you working on rightly, what is your present problem, how are you assessing what you have written before, or which fresh idea you have come across recently. Let us talk about it. Idea was not to have long research articles being presented here. Now I share one more thing with you. Few years ago, maybe 10 years ago, my friend Bhushan Patwardhan, he actually works in the area of integrative medicine. He's a man of ideas and ideas. So he had, invited some 15 people, 3 of them very senior persons in the field of medicine, and that the expression meeting of minds was his. He had organized that meeting of minds in Lonavala, and we stayed, some 25 people, we stayed there for 2 days, and as Sunil said, we just lived together. We did not discuss, something very serious. But just by living together for 2 days, each one of us, especially the younger persons like me, even though at that time I have crossed 65, but then even then I was younger. But I learned so many things from these 3 great masters who were present in the field of medicine. So Dr. Patwardhan is So Dr. Patwardhan is well aware of this idea of convivium, though he has not then used this word. Unfortunately what has happened, now this is not a comment on this gathering or what we did in last 2 days. Unfortunately what has happened, that our seminar culture has degenerated. It is degenerated, it is fractured, and it has reached to the point where it doesn't produce anything new or doesn't produce anything fresh, because everyone is under compulsion for writing a paper, for getting appointment in the university, getting promotion, and so on, or getting, giving the biodata for NAC purposes and so on. So professors and teachers are under this pressure of producing research for the sake of something else. Now, in our in Indian Philosophical Quarterly, if you see back issues, and as my friend Sebastian has said, we have had excellent publications, and those publications or those research articles, they were not produced by people who were under some stress of the kind I have mentioned just now. So with this free mind, when you do when you engage with some ideas, you produce something new, something worthwhile to read. Now, the idea of convivium, as Professor Sanil has very nicely articulated, was precisely this. We did not expect long papers, something, in the traditional manner. Just come here. And now I realize that in the university setup, this kind of meeting of minds or this kind of convivium is not possible. Because if you go back and in your annual report, if you say, I have attended convivium which was not on anything, then nobody will like this idea. So the point is that the idea of meeting of minds, the idea of convivium is not rooted in our practice, in our university structure. So that is why people are either not clear about this idea, or people are rather suspicious about this idea. What will I do going there without anything to offer, something like that. But nonetheless, experiments, the idea of experiment has in it, in grade, the idea of failure also. So some experiments fail in certain respect, but they also achieve something different. Now, what is the achievement of this 2 days meeting is this. One, that these 20 best minds came together, they came to know each other, they came to know what they are doing, and in most cases, we could relate to one another. That also I noticed. The discussions that took place show that we could relate, although we had I have entirely something different to say from, say, Professor Sebastian or from something else, even then I could relate to them in one way or the other. So this getting related ideally, or in getting related to what someone else is saying, is the achievement of this 2 days convivium. And as you can see, very quickly the word convivium got converted into seminar. Now I was telling someone that there is always seminar on something, seminar on, say, particle physics, seminar on seminar on this, but there is no convivium on something. There is, because that is not the idea. So anyway, this will. Now as far as IPQ history, as Professor Harish wanted me to say, very quickly, 73 was the beginning point. All credit of that goes to Professor Barlinge, who was the visionary. In the initial years, we had a lot of difficulties in bringing out the journal from many sides, though we never had any financial difficulty, because the whole thing was structured in such a way by Professor Barlinge that IPQ had raised its own fund. And with the university assistance, these two things were there. In fact, physics department wanted to bring out physics journal, and Professor Nigwekar, who was in the department at that time, he came to me and he took our model, how journal is to be brought, what provisions you have made, and so on. So, but I don't know whether ultimately physics journal was brought out or not. But that is the kind of thing. And some very best minds of our time, as Sebastian has said, our fathers, they wrote in this journal. We are now writing, and it's our, as Harish says, it's our common responsibility to take this further. And I'm sure university will help Professor Harish Navle, who is taking a genuine interest in the functioning of the journal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Vice Chancellor of Presidency University, Professor Nirmalya Narayan Chakravarti, to share his thoughts.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Savitribai Phule, Pune University, my very respected friend, Professor Padvardhan, Professor Deshpande and Sanil, and everybody else here, present here today. I think, it's a time to reflect on what we have been able to achieve and what we could do in future. 2-3 things I would like to draw your attention to, because all of us are professional philosophers associated with the Indian higher education system. If you look at the ideas and correspondence that the founding fathers of Indian Philosophical Quarterly had, I am actually impressed by the kind of passion and commitment they had, not only for their own publication, not only for their own book or paper, but for the advancement of professional philosophy in India. It's really impressive. It's really something we can learn from them. That is something I find missing, and I feel very frustrated about that. I went through some of the early resolutions of the meetings of ICPR in its early days. And I was so impressed by the kind of commitment they put in, how to advance the cause of philosophy in the professional setup within India. This ecosystem, I think we have to rebuild. No other way out. I can publish my papers in some good journals and feel very happy and proud about that. After 6 months, nobody will cite that paper. Okay? Because we have failed to develop the ecosystem where the ideas can float, the ideas can be examined, the ideas can be reformulated, reshaped, etc., etc. So I think today on this occasion, in this place, this is the right time to rededicate ourselves to the cause of philosophy in the professional institutions of India. And by that, I think we will be, really, we cannot repay the debt, but we can at least attempt to, express our deep gratitude to these great minds who put in so much of their time, energy, to the establishment of Indian Philosophical Quarterly and other associated academic events that used to be organized in Pune Philosophy Department those days. Another idea that everybody was talking, Professor Deshpande was also referring to, this convivium. What I find missing, I'm probably being a bit critical, but I can't help it now. What I find missing in the in the professional philosophy community in India, we hardly talk about each other's works. Yes. Hardly. We have the opportunity for the last 2 days to get acquainted with some of the works that our young friends are doing, and high quality work. But I'm sure that none of your colleagues are interested in talking to you about your contribution. This is something very, very damaging for the philosophical scenario in Indian universities. You all know that the status of the philosophy departments in India is not at all encouraging. You all know that, okay? Every day, many philosophy departments are getting closed. They are shrinking. No appointment is being done. No students are getting admission in the philosophy departments. So it's a real, genuine crisis that philosophy in Indian universities is facing. Of course, it's part of a global crisis. I'm not denying that. But then, one of the ways to address that issue is to develop a kind of intellectual milieu where I can talk to my colleague in my department about his work, and he can talk to me about my philosophy contribution. So this, I think this forum has actually reminded us of the importance of undertaking that project. This is very, very, very important. We are so keen to know the details of a book published on the other part of the globe, but we are not aware that my next door person has produced something very interesting. We are completely ignorant, oblivious of that. This, I think, is this arises due to lack of self-confidence. I must say this. We are not confident about our own work, actually. So I think this kind of convivium has really reminded us of the importance of that collaborative joint work. I am using the word community in a very significant sense. In India, there is no philosophic community as such, unfortunately. Okay, so we really have to build that in order to further advance the vision, the contribution that the founding fathers of Indian Philosophical Quarterly started. So I think only that's the way we can really carry forward the message from today's event. So thank you very much for organizing this nice meeting, where actually I knew some of these people, but I was not aware of the kind of work that they were doing. So this has given me the opportunity to get acquainted with the works of my fellow philosophers. So I think we should really further advance this kind of academic events. And at the end, as I think Professor Harish rightly said, that Indian Philosophical Quarterly is not the owners only of the philosophy department of Pune University. In a way, we are all, the entire philosophy community of India should really take care of Indian Philosophical Quarterly in various ways. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nirmalya Chakrabarti. We will definitely take guideline from your thoughts and definitely try to face the problems the Department of Philosophy are facing. Now, I would like to share one more information that IPQ has been there for 50 years. Out of that, 32 years back issues has been digitized. When Professor Deshpande was HOD in, I think, 2009, yeah. I mean, before 2009, that was not very, digitalized, very active time. But even then, Professor Deshpande took initiative and found out the PDF creator, and then he has digitized all the 32 years issues and kept on our website with the help of Interdisciplinary Studies and Center for Social Science and History. So now the next phase, we are also digitizing, and I would like to thank Professor Rajeshwari Deshpande. She has generously funded our project of further digitization. It is in the process. We have already given the orders for the digitization. All the notes and all the administrative sanctions has been achieved. Now it will be very soon digitized, and the rest of the issue will be put on the website for the free circulation. Once I asked Professor Deshpande, why shouldn't we charge for the downloading and circulation? Then he scolded me. He said, we have taken a lot of efforts, your ancestors have taken a lot of efforts, and you should not sell the efforts of your ancestors. So let it be for the free circulation. So I definitely thank for interdisciplinary studies ideas for helping us digitization. Now I would like to request Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, sir, to share his thoughts on journal and development of academics. Yeah, he'll deliver a valedictory address. Thank you.
You know how difficult it is to sit in between two vice chancellors? I was at UGC, and so I have seen that closely, but I could dare to do that because I know that these vice chancellors are more than vice chancellors. They're originally academicians, and they continue to be so, despite of their positions, whatever they have, you know. And look at the humbleness. He is the vice chancellor. He's sitting in chair, and he is not ready to sit there, you know. But this is what the culture Pune University and our own culture of Bharat has taught us. You know. So thank you, sir, for this graciousness. And I'm here actually to pay my respect to Professor Deshpande, Sharad Deshpande, and appreciate the work carried forward by Professor Harish Naule. We are talking about 50 years of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. And I remember, although I had seen Professor Sharad Deshpande when I was in school, at that time I was seeing him as a smart young philosopher in demand from all places, you know. But then I remember when I was on the management council of this university, sometime in 1990, if I am not wrong, I met him first professionally. You know. So he came to me and he presented a proposal for this digitalization of the journal. You know. And that time I could see in his eyes the commitment and the concern which he had for this journal. You know. And you know, in the university system, to get things done for a professor is not very easy. And he could actually convince the whole executive committee to consider his proposal for digitalization. And today we see the fruits which are, and remember in 1990 digitization was also not, it was just on horizon. We did not know what are we going to do with this digitalization, what do we mean by digitalization, it was just emerging. And then just 2 months back, as Dr. Harish Naule mentioned, we were at the philosophy department, and he mentioned about the book, you know, Genome to Om, in which again Professor Sharad Deshpande, this book is not actually a book of philosophy, but if you read that, you will find resonance of philosophical thoughts in it because of his contributions by way of shaping the book. I'm basically a science student, so my way to look at the book was from science point of view. You know. I also grew in a joint family in the midst of Pune. And in every family, you know, we have spiritual backgrounds. So we grew in such environment. So I was exposed, although I was atheist, you know, I used to go to Sarasbag, which is a famous Ganesh temple, and also do fasting on Ganesh Chaturthi, because my father was Ganesh Bhakt, and my faith was in my father, if not in anything else, you know. So that brought that spirituality angle to science, and the book talks actually about the evolving journey of modern science to meta-science, in which we are saying that meta-science is not equated to metaphysics. You know. Meta-science is something which we see as future of science. Meta-science is actually science of science. You know. And we have said there that we have to really look back as scientists, that what are we doing? You know, scientist's job is in search of truth. You know. Our job is for working for general well-being of the universe and not to create weapons of mass destruction. You know. So this trajectory adjustment for the modern science is possible if they get connected with the philosophy and spirituality ideas. That's what the book is all about. You know. And during that session, you know, Professor Harish Naule mentioned about this 50 years of Indian Philosophical Quarterly. And I remembered those days, you know, when this journal was, and today also when I heard many of the speakers, you know, talking about this journal, and I agree that it is not just 50 years, it goes many years back. from Amalner days, where Professor Sharad Deshpande was also there in Amalner doing that kind of pioneering work. So, Professor Navle, I'm happy that you have taken this mission of continuing. In today's world, it is not easy to continue a journal with integrity. As Professor Deshpande mentioned, while at UGC, before going to UGC, we had conducted a study at Pune University, and that report we published in Current Science, in which we showed that 88% journals in UGC approved list were predatory. And that led us to think that what is happening in this academia, what are we doing? Pay and trash culture was at the epitome, and then how to control that, So that gave rise to this UGC care and bringing some kind of order in this academic publishing, I'm happy that Professor Deshpande mentioned this term of meeting of minds. And I could see the echo of that idea from all over. And Professor Nirmalya also actually reiterated that we need to really look at the whole idea of our conferences, seminars, and what do we really do and for what purpose we are doing this. So this 50 years of Indian Philosophical Quarterly, actually, it has turned out entirely into a meeting of mind kind of a thing. And like he said, that best of the best minds are here today on this campus. And I'm sure that this group, which is a combination of very senior people on one side and with young students on the other side, this continuum will be the hope for our future. And I'm sure Indian Philosophical Quarterly will play a major role in strengthening that further, to rebuild, to regain our own identity for philosophy in our own country and then globally. I agree with Nirmalya that we really have limited appreciation for our own colleagues and their own work. And this is not limited to philosophy, by the way. This happens practically in most of the disciplines in our country. We don't cite our own colleagues, we don't cite our own countrymen, we might cite who are all from abroad, and we take pride in citing them, but we ignore even more scholarly work coming from nearby, So rightly pointed out by you. Pune University Vice Chancellor Professor Gosavi, as I told you, he himself is an accomplished academician, and he also is committed for this cause. And that is why after he has taken over, he has ensured Professor Navle that this activity will be strengthened. And not only assurance, he has actually done it by strengthening it. And you will be able to see the change which will happen in that. I'm sure you will really bridge this gap of 2 years very soon and come to the level of today's publishing, because that is also one of the point by various agencies when they look at any journal. So try to really combine issues strategically, and try to bridge this gap in a year or so. That will happen only when all of you who are present here will be able to contribute your pieces, and not only contribute, also help him in reviewing the system, because as an editor of one of the Elsevier journal, I know how difficult it is to get good reviewers. And we are actually undertaking the workshop for training reviewers also, because today that need also has emerged. So if you participate in contributing and also reviewing, this particular mission will get a lot of strength. Let's strengthen their hands, and let's do that together, because it's not only philosophy department journal, as rightly pointed out. It is the journal of philosophical community, which Professor Nirmalya has pointed out. My all the best to all of you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, I would like to share one more information. Few of them might be knowing it, but many of them must not be knowing. that it is not only Indian Philosophical Quarterly that our department runs, but there are other two journals also. We started in 1978, 5 years after IPQ started, and the name of both the journals are Paramarsh in Marathi and Paramarsh in Hindi. So Professor Barlinge had idea of three language national policy. So accordingly, he has started these two journals, and Paramarsh Hindi is being looked after by my colleague Dr. Mohit Tandon, and Paramarsh Marathi is being looked by my colleague Professor Akashkar, Sridhar Akashkar. So we are running these all three journals, and after 5 years, maybe they will be fulfilling their 50 years and will again come together and will celebrate their 50 years in the same way. I would like to welcome Mr. Ravindra Shingnapurkar Sarji. He is Governor's nominee on the Management Council of Savitribai Phule Pune University. I insisted that he should be there, but I apologize that all of a sudden program changed and I get carried away by that and I forget to. He told me that call me once we start, but then in 15 minutes after I remembered and I called him, and he took all the efforts to present here because it's very important that Management Council member also be part of this. Once I was talking with him that earlier nobody used to come from the Management Council for the academic program. He said that is the image that this campus is carrying, that not necessary that it is a governor's nominee, that doesn't mean that he has to be politically motivated only. He said I am academically motivated. I like more go for the programs which are academically oriented, but people don't invite me. So this is what the people carry the image, but then for earlier lecture of Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, I also invited him, and he took all the time and he sat for that discussion on the book of Genome Tome. And today also he spared time and he came from, there was a very important program going on. He said, I'll come, you give me a call. And he came here, sir. You are welcome on behalf of the Department of Philosophy. I would like to felicitate Ravindraji Shingnapurkar sir. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Surendra Gosavi sir, to felicitate Ravindraji. Mr. Ravindra Shingnapurkar is really, social activist from a very academical point of view. He runs Swanand Pratishthan, and through that Pratishthan, they organize lectures for the community. I happened to visit one of the lectures recently organized in Sinhagad Road. So huge community comes together and then they sit on the open plot, on the chairs definitely. And for 3-4 days, a huge crowd listened to the speakers coming for that lecture series. Nowadays, such community lecture series are on the verge of dying, but he is taking efforts towards that. Thank you very much for your presence and gracing our occasion. Thank you, sir. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Surendra Gosavi to guide us. Thank you.
Namaskar, good afternoon. On the occasion of 50 years of Indian Philosophical Quarterly, this 2 days national conference, which the new word which I have learned today is convivium. And I always learn something in philosophy, okay? So whenever I go for philosophical things, okay, I have to keep my mind really cool, understand it, and then, say something, okay? For this one, on behalf of Department of Philosophy, Savitribai Phule Pune University, for the concluding session, we have the chief guest, respected Professor Bhushan Patwardhan. Then we have Professor Sharad Deshpande, Honorable Vice Chancellor Nirmalya Chakrabarti, Professor V. Sunil, Head of Department, Professor Harish Navle, my other colleagues, Management Council member Ravi Shingnapurkar, other fellow colleagues from various universities, all philosophers except me, because I started learning philosophy recently when I joined Vice Chancellorship. I welcome you on this beautiful campus at Savitribai Phule Pune University, which has completed its 76th year. Of course, due to the visionary leadership of the people, okay, who have established the department and still they are continuing and giving their, knowledge and their efforts for making sure that, okay, the department still continue to grow. And that's what I think the name of Savitribai Phule Pune University is. As rightly mentioned by all the people, okay, who have given true feedbacks, I think there are always, for the question, there are two answers. One is true answer and I would say political answer. I think philosopher doesn't require any paper to say or talk, and they truly say whatever is there. Okay, so we will definitely take this true feedback keep in mind, and then make sure that, okay, next time the things which are little deviated from the mandate, okay, which will be make sure that, okay, like we'll be on track. Of course, as rightly mentioned by Professor Sunil, that, okay, like sometimes we just say, yes, I'm fine, thank you, but it's I would say, white lie. It doesn't affect anybody's life. I think still we should accept it, okay? Because even though I say true answer, I think it might, disturb this person, okay, who is asking me the question. So in that particular respect, it's okay to answer. But I think from philosophical point of view, I think you have to really have a dialogue between the people so that, okay, we share the information. And I think that's what I think when I was doing my master's in 1988, okay, Professor Nigvekar, Professor V.G. Bide, and I used to see Professor Deshpande there, and then I was wondering that, okay, we are still struggling to get 16 marks to complete our, internal examination. These people are always thinking something, okay, which we don't understand. But nevertheless, I realized that, okay, like in the later part when I never decided to come here as a vice chancellor, but I think, okay, like, let me just try. And I realized that, okay, like, this is the path, okay, where you have to really choose and go ahead, where in the book, which is written by Honorable Bhushan Patwardhan, Genome to Om, I think that has also given an insight. And then, sir, whenever I get a chance, I always carry that book in my bag and I just read it, okay? And the book is written such a way that, okay, you open any book and you feel that, okay, you are just starting it, okay? Like, everything is independent, but it has really made a connect between modern science to meta science, okay? That is the things I like to mention here, that. But as a department of philosophy, okay, which is the starting department when the university started, and the journal which has completed 50 years, and there are two more, okay, which will be completing 50 years in the next 5 years. There are certain universities, okay, which has got their own journal. And, okay, like, especially they have tied up with the reputed publishers. I think we may have to make some efforts, okay, so that we get certain reputation and stamping, because that gives the recognition. Otherwise, we may have to build our own brand, that, okay, they have to tie up with us, okay. In order to reach to that particular situation, I think we have to really pay our more attention on this so that we can maintain the quality of the paper which has been published in this. Without that, it doesn't work. But I have a couple of friends, okay, who have started their own journal, got a really good impact factor. Their philosophy is different to get the impact factor. How to do that, I have really understood it, but I think we will use our own philosophy to build the standard of our own journal. With this brief, I hope that the deliberation and discussion which was done in this convivium is really good. I think we have to also take this particular terminology in our other discussion meeting, but somehow as a philosopher, say true, let me just become a philosopher for a while and then give true feedback that, okay, like, if we can also invite some people from science and technology, I think it will really help us to understand how you are thinking, because most of them, okay, they are good researchers, but they are mainly sitting in their own laboratories, okay. So as Professor Deshpande has made friends from the physics department, I think we have to have that kind of rapport such that, okay, like, people from science and technology will also come to social science, and they will be having a good conversation, discussion, deliberation. Of course, apart from them, they used to decide, okay, who will be the next vice chancellor. I think we don't need to think about that. But nevertheless, I think we should only think about the, of course, okay, that was in the good interest of the university leadership, that, okay, they were always giving a leadership that, okay, like, who has a potential, how to pick up him or her from their location and bring him or her in a path so that he or she really do the progress in that direction. I think this is what I think we have to go ahead, and in next 24 year, when we are talking about Vikasit Bharat 2047, I think we have to really set a benchmark that, okay, the journal which we have started 50 years before, Okay, that will be completing almost 49 years at that point of time. So I think we'll make sure that this will have its own recognition, so that, okay, the people from outside will be also coming and publishing here. With this brief, I hope that the deliberation was good, and everyone goes with the good memories of Savitribai Phule Pune University to their hometown, and let's stay connected. Have a safe trip back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We will definitely implement and take ahead all your suggestions and instructions to make the journal again a different sort of a brand, collaborating with some private agencies or something. So thank you very much, sir, for your very insightful thoughts. Now, I declare that valedictory session is over. I thanks a lot to all the dignitaries who have spared time for this two-day convivium and came all the way from their respective places within a very short time and shared their philosophical research. I also give special thanks to our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Presidency University, Nirmalya Narayan Chakravarti. He has taken out his 2 days, we can understand, 2 days sparing for a very, we can say a very small department of philosophy, and giving his suggestion and chairing the sessions and all that. So he was actively participated. I really thank on behalf of the department to him that he has really shown his support. I also thank specially to Professor Sharad Deshpande, who is definitely a part of our department family, but he's retired one, and his age, looking at his age, he has taken a lot of effort, not enough I would say, a lot of effort. At one point of time I was a little worried whether he will not, that would not impact on his health, but still he was very keen in guiding every minute thing about this seminar, and therefore I think the success of seminar credit goes to Professor Deshpande. I also thank to our teacher, Professor Gokhale, who came in the first day and shared his thought on IPQ and the history of IPQ. I also thank to all my friends who came from their respective universities and spared time and shared their research. I also request them that we'll continue this relationship ahead and we'll strengthen it more in order to just strengthen the philosophy community and Indian Philosophical Quarterly. I must thank to my all students. A lot of things were happening behind the stage, and on various fronts, escorting and dropping and picking up from the experts from the airport, and at very odd time, they all without any hesitation supported and actively participated in the setting of the seminar right from 2 weeks before. All our students were actively participating, taking a lot of interest. Nobody was tired. Everybody was very happy to have this experience of organizing this seminar. So I really appreciate their efforts, their help, and I really thank to all my students for their supports. And a couple of teachers from the colleges also joined this seminar. Earlier when Professor Deshpande used to organize, and all teachers of his generation used to organize seminars in the Department of Philosophy, many teachers from the colleges used to drop in and participate. I was one of them. When I was in one of the colleges, I used to insist Professor Deshpande that give me a letter so that I can participate. He used to give me letter and I used to participate in all these seminars. So let us continue this culture of meeting of the minds and exchange of the thoughts. In further coming days, let us organize more convivium and let us grow together. Thank you very much. Yeah, done. Certificate.
it is announcement for the audience over here that coffee is ready. Please feel free to have it.